Good morning and welcome to the last round of the Chess Olympiad. And we've got a good one for you today. Sweden versus Mongolia. And ready for their games, we here have Anna, Inna, and Pia. And Mongolia, while a very, very, very good team, they need to be defeated if Sweden is to get a top 20 placement. Are you awake? I'm okay-ish. I'm less energized than the people on the video, it would seem. People are looking very awake in the morning. They're back there in Budapest. Your eyes are tiny? I don't know how to respond to that. I'm guessing it's a bad thing? What's the time elapsed between you in bed and you on stream? I will say that I was actually awake almost 2 hours ago. But it's still a rough start today compared to the other days. I got in the habit of a different sleep schedule than the one that was optimal for today. And I hope that's not the case for our competitors. Out of the very easy or very hard opponent, which did we get today? That's a good question. Anna's opponent today is the player who has done the worst out of the Mongolian girls. And in fact, this Mongolian team is a lot weaker than it normally is. The top two Mongolian players are not playing. So normally this team would be a candidate for medals. But one of their players moved to the US. And the other one, I gotta admit, I don't know. But let me bring up the Mongolian rating charts to see who we're missing. Am I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Because I swear Mongolia has a grandmaster, right? On in the women's section. But the Fide rating list is not. Is my memory that bad or is something weird? Mongolia. They're playing Munguntul and Numin Echdene. They're missing their top rated player. But if I'm entirely honest, I think the player that I thought was a beast for them is actually playing on board 2. Oh wow. Actually, their board 2 has lost 100 rating points since 2022. So on board 2, Inna is facing. No wait. Huh? Oh, never mind. Their highest rated player, who dropped 100 points in the last 2 years, is actually sitting out today. She's not playing. So basically, yeah. Basically, this is a lot weaker Mongolian team than normal. But it's still a very, very tough fight. Weirdly, they have one of their lowest rated players on board one. But the player they have on board one is also their best performer so far, gaining over 40 rating points. So it would seem that they had a good they had an understanding of who their best player was, but the rating system didn't necessarily catch up to that knowledge. Their first board player is fighting for norms, probably, or already accomplished a norm. In any case, in these kind of matchups where Sweden is the underdog, Sweden is incredibly dependent on Pia winning her game. That's gonna give one very important point, and then you somehow have to try and find another point in the other games, despite it being a tough task. So on paper, this matchup seems kind of even, because on paper, Pia is a bigger favorite in her game than Inna is an underdog. And then Anna and Lavinia are both 100 points lower rated than their opponents. But, you know, you can make something work out of that. But I think the reality is that their board one is way, way stronger than her rating. And she has proven that so far this tournament. Which teams are winning medals? In the women's section, the top three teams right now are India, Kazakhstan, and the US, with Poland in fourth. Those are primarily the four teams fighting for the three medals. And then in the open section, we have India, China, Slovenia. Huge surprise. Slovenia in third place were ranked number 26. But they're facing India in the last round, so I'm not sure they're gonna get anywhere there. And then there's a whole bunch of teams behind Slovenia again. And frankly, well, I think the medals are between India, China, Slovenia, US, and Uzbekistan. In the women's section, it's very unclear still who's going to win gold. But in the open section, India is. India has been absolutely dominating. Okay, here we go. The final round of this chess Olympiad. And we're off. Was there an English team in it? I mean, there's a team from pretty much every nation playing. But if you by in it, say in the fight of the medals, that is no, they were nowhere close. Is it just me, or are we not getting the moves on the board? Also, I cannot see Anna's board, so I don't really know what has been happening. Anna has a pawn on d5 and a pawn on e6, so I think it's fair to assume that the game has started out as a queen's gambit of some sort. Yeah, guess the move we're playing. Knight here, takes. I just saw Anna making a trade with the pawn in the center of the board. I would assume Anna's opponent in this position plays bishop to g5. That's pretty much the only thing you do. Ah, yeah, there we see the bishop. And pawn to c6. Anna is reinforcing her central control here. Flip it, please. I always forget that. I wonder what that tells. It has to say something about how you view chess, right? When it feels like the complete. I don't even notice when I'm looking at it from the white side and when I'm looking at it from the black side. Okay, she does go bishop to d6. This is what she's been playing in the Queen's Gambit for the past couple of occasions, and now we're gonna find out actually what happened because the moves have come in. Pawn to d4, pawn to d5. White tries the Queen's Gambit, is offering a pawn to take over control in the center. Anna goes pawn to e6, just reinforcing her forward-most central pawn. Knight out from both players. Both knights targeting the same central squares. A trade in the center. This trade is partially controversial because it does open up for the bishop to get into the game, and as such, you could argue that it makes it easier for black to get their pieces out long term. Bishop to g5 sees the bishop pointing down towards the black queen, but also this is putting pressure on the d5 pawn because both the knight and the queen are giving defense there, but right now the bishop is kind of putting pressure on both of those things. Therefore, pawn to c6 sees Anna positioning her pawns to protect each other up the board. Pawn to e3 gets ready to develop the bishop. Pawn to bishop to d6. This is the move that Anna has been specializing in her last 2-3 Queen's Gambit declines. She played it in Portugal, and she played it previously in this tournament. Although I must say I wasn't super impressed with how this turned out the last couple of times. But let's see if the fact that she's repeating it over time means that she's now more familiar with the plans and such. Bishop to d3 sees white's bishop getting into the game, castling. That's sensible. Queen to c2, the bishop and queen both pointing down towards this h7 pawn. This pawn is defended, but the defender of the pawn is in danger and could be captured at any moment. So it's advisable moving that pawn away and also simultaneously putting pressure on white's bishop. The bishop retreats. Now, rook to e8. I thought we're doing pawn to a5. That has been her plan a couple of games in a row now. I don't know why we're taking the time to put the rook here. In general, having the rook in the center is a good move, pointing down towards the opponent's king. But I thought maybe we were in a bigger hurry to do this thing. I'm sure she's gonna continue with this later on though. And this is the current situation at the board. Is this the Karlsbad pawn structure? Yes, Bash. This is what is apparently the famous pawn structure, the Karlsbad. which was named or coined by the fact that it was played repeatedly at a tournament in Karlsbad. And based on the name, you would think Karlsbad is in Germany because they name everything Bad down there in the south, including the very famous chess team, Baden Baden, which just decided to do it double. But in fact, Karlsbad, I believe, is in the Czech Republic. Danish bear, Karlsbad. Ooh. Some Danish slander in the morning. What a great start to the day. Karlsbad was in Germany back in the day? Yeah, but in the 1920s, I think it was already in the Czech. Or maybe not. What makes it Karlsbad? So the Karlsbad pawn structure is just the name of this 5 versus 3 on the kind of left side, and then the 4 versus 2 on the right. So it's basically just a common name for the queen's pawn openings where you have these two pawns up against each other, but where the trade between these two pawns have been made. So it's basically the pawn structure that happens after this pawn trade in a queen's gambit, which is why it comes up in so many different and well so often and also quite different scenarios, because it's a pretty wide description when it's just a single pawn trade. Is it very useful to study this pawn structure? I would say, as far as when you get to the level where you should know a little bit about middle game plans and pawn structures, this one is definitely one of the first ones I would study, partly because it's not it's so common, right? Because it's only one pawn trade, but that kind of sets the scene for a certain plans. And the most important thing to know here is that in general you aim to get your knights to the forwardmost square on the half open file. So black would like to get their knight to the e4 square. White would like to get their knight to the c5 square. And then white has a very typical plan called the minority attack, where they attack with these two pawns towards black's 3. And that is like one of the classic plans that you learn early on. At the very least, that was the classic plan with which Magnus Carlsen at one point defeated me when we were kids. Because he had learned that plan, and well, I had not. Where do you want to get your bishop as black? Yeah, that's the thing. This bishop is... yeah. It struggles. And frankly, most of the time, you just want to keep it on its starting square for quite a long time. And then something else has to happen for you to understand where the bishop wants to go. How old were you in Magnus then? It was a really good game by him. It was in the Nordic Championship, 2001. It was in February. So we were both 10 years old. Is it good to play the maneuver knight d7, knight f8, knight e6, knight g7, knight f5? Well, Pia did this against Wagner earlier in the Olympiad. She used that exact plan. But here it's not good because since Anna has played pawn to h6, it would be bad to play pawn to g6 afterwards. In general, you only want to push one of these pawns in front of your king. And Anna already made her decision, so she shouldn't she shouldn't then also push the other pawn. Hey Dirk, how are you doing? Is that an insult or is it just a surprise? So 100 years ago? I don't know if it was 100 years ago, Patrick, but it was definitely a while ago. Anna goes bishop to e6. You know what? She learned from her previous game. My problem is my memory is so bad. I don't remember whether the previous game was in the Olympiad or whether it was in Portugal. But do you guys remember there was this game where I think it was in Portugal, the day after someone played the knight, well, she played the knight to e2 as white against some, I want to say, some French guy. And then the day after, she played the same opening, this opening, with the black pieces. And she went pawn to a5, knight to a6, and knight to c7. And we kind of made the realization that this plan of moving the knight over to the center of the board was a mistake when white played knight to f3. Because now black's plan of moving the knight over to e6 and even further to g5 is just not going to work. This white knight has control over the square that was the final destination for this one. Not to mention the fact that if you were to just continue this plan, we saw repeatedly that knight to e5, taking the opportunity to jump in here once the black knight was blocking the path of the rook. That was such a good move, such a good plan for white. Yeah, this was the game. This was the game against the guy who was crazy sacrificing guy. He just made so many sacrifices. It was a very interesting game that Anna won in the end, but we had a discussion about it, and I think we concluded that when white puts the knight on f3 rather than e2, then black's knight should not do this long journey. In fact, because this knight is targeting the e5 square, it would be better to try and just keep the knight in the center of the board to address this knight to e5 concern. It's affecting his short-term memory. I will say this is very interesting. I think I have a pretty good long-term memory, but my short-term memory I'm genuinely concerned about at times, even when I was younger. But this is maybe a bit too personal to talk about on stream, but I do feel like I've had a mental decline the past couple of years. Sometimes I kind of like lose track of what I'm saying, and yeah, it feels weird at times. But even when I was younger, I would struggle with that. I would sit at the board and I would calculate some variation, and then I would go to the bathroom because you have to do that during the game sometimes. And then I would get back at my board and I would have forgotten everything I had calculated. and then I would spend like 5 minutes just trying to remember the work I had already done. But on the other hand, long-term memory, I'm very good. It's old age. It feels a bit early, Panda. But I mean, if it is true what they say that your brain is like, no, but they say your brain isn't fully kind of trained until you're what, 28? But that's not the same as your brain being at its maximum capacity, right? Board is not accurate. We'll get there. I'm telling the story of why instead of this pawn to a5 move, Anna played bishop to e6 instead, and the computer is very happy. This gets a green star. She learned from her previous game to play the best plan on this occasion. Okay, her opponent goes knight to e5, which, to be honest, when Anna did go bishop to e6, I was sitting here saying why. Well, I wasn't saying it, but I was thinking it. What happens if now knight to e5? Because this is the same thing we talked about with putting the knight on the e6 square. Like, we should avoid that because then the rook no longer has influence towards the e5 square, allowing the white knight to move in. This is similar. The bishop moved out because, well, you could go knight here first, but Anna's concern is that if you go with the knight to the d7 square, you're blocking the bishop. So she wanted to move the bishop out first, but then her opponent comes in with the knight. And now if you try and challenge this one, white goes pawn to f4, and this knight is incredibly well protected by the pawns, and very, very difficult to chase away. In fact, not only is it difficult to chase away, if you're not careful here, you're going to get hit by pawn to f5, which traps the bishop, and the game is over already after 13 moves. Instead, Anna went pawn to c5, which was the only good move in the position, but she found it. And one of the reason this is such a good move is that now, after pawn to f4, trying to play similarly to earlier, just reinforcing the knight in the center of the board, then the trade of pawns would happen, followed by knight to c6. And it's very important that we end up getting this knight to the c6 square instead of moving to d7, partly because then the bishop is not blocked, so there's not a concern about the pawn rushing forward to attack the bishop, but mostly because we need to be able to have the pressure against the d4 pawn. Because here the pressure against this pawn and the knight combined create a situation where white doesn't have anything better than to make the trade, but then white loses out on their amazing knight in the center of the board. So this pawn to c5 move was really necessary and really excellent. But Anna's opponent castles pretty much immediately thereafter. We can see that the video is quite a bit behind the board. I don't know if that's going to be corrected. But the castling has just happened on the video. And now Anna needs to use her knight to c6 plan. Although, should she first make the trade between the pawns in the center? That's a tricky one. I'm going to say yes to... I'm going to say yes, you need to make this trade and then go knight to c6. And now the idea is, because you're both attacking the pawn on d4 and the knight in the center, white is unable to reinforce the knight. Just in general, if white manages to get this sort of situation with the knight reinforced, that knight is standing in the path of the rook, it's standing in the path of the bishop. It's just such a menace to deal with. Which is why it was so incredibly important for Anna to realize that she has to now go after the d4 pawn, because that's the anchor for the knight. Attacking the knight by itself on its own is not sufficient. You have to go after the protector of the knight. What about c4? Did she play c4? C4 would be a big mistake. Because after pawn to c4, what happens is that you no longer have the pressure in towards the d4 pawn, which means that you're no longer able to get rid of this knight. This knight is very, very difficult to deal with. And, well, just like I just said, right? You have to go after the anchor, the thing that's holding the knight up. But you guys are all mistaken. You can see the pawn on the dark square, on the c5 square. Why do you need to make the trade first? Because the alternative... So you can argue that white does not have the option to capture this pawn, because then the knight is undefended in the middle. But Anna's option is pawn takes here or knight to c6. Whatever she does, the knight has to move forward here, this move or the next. And if you do this immediately, then after the trade, takes back and pawn takes on c5, you could end up in trouble here. Because after the recapture, white can move the knight and suddenly there's weaknesses to be exploited. With the queen attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves, the pawn is lost behind it. And if we try to then instead protect the bishop, well, that's not going to help out very much, because the rook is still coming in to chase the bishop back. So Anna goes for the trade. The pace with which she's playing right now is incredible. She's playing very, very quickly in what is strategically kind of tricky grounds, but she's finding all the right moves. Bishop to e6 was the recommended move, but unfortunately it allowed the knight to step forward, and after that knight's advance, some people might crumble under the pressure. The knight, if reinforced, would be incredibly difficult to deal with. But that's why Anna strikes early and quickly. Pawn to c5. Pawn trades in the center. And now knight to c6. Great move. Because of the pressure against the anchor of the knight. So if the knight had tried to attack the white knight, and only the white knight, then white would reinforce and white would be winning. I cannot emphasize enough how strong this knight in the center of the board is. There's a bishop here, there's the possible attack here, the knight is a good contributor. The pawn could potentially continue further forward and trap the black bishop. Playing against such a knight it's terrible. But that's why it's so important that instead of just attacking the knight, Anna went after the protecting pawn that enabled the knight to be so good to begin with. And in fact, the only way for white to protect this pawn right now is to make the trade. And after the trade between the knights, we've gotten rid of a potentially very threatening long term situation. On the other hand, which is why Anna is not really out of the woods by any means. On the other hand, Anna has gotten what is known as a backward pawn. It is not an isolated pawn in that it still has an adjacent pawn. It's just that the pawn adjacent to the black one is in front of it. And that means, well, you can't be protecting backwards with your pawns, right? So this one is feeling kind of lonely, even if it has a neighbor here. If this one could get forward to the c4 square, then they would be once again just normal pawns with no nickname. Generally, if a pawn has a nickname, it's usually a bad thing. But the reason we call it a backwards pawn is because white has pretty good control of the c5 square, which means it's difficult for the pawn to push forward. Passed pawn. Yeah, passer. Okay, fair enough. You have corrected my mistake. Some pawn nicknames are positive. I just couldn't think of any off the top of my head, but that is fair. Passed pawn, a pawn that has no enemies on its path to becoming a new queen. That one's pretty exclusively good. Each pawn pair has a backward pawn? No. And that's where it becomes tricky because it's only classified as a backward pawn if it's lagging behind its buddy. No, if it's difficult to push it forward. So if the white pawn had not been on the board, if we had this position, then the pawn would not be backward because the pawn would have no issue being next, moving forward and being next to its buddy. So the reason we call it a backward pawn also has to do with that the white pawn is controlling the square in front of it. Okay. Honestly, I'm very happy about this start. Somehow, Anna has navigated a tricky opening from her opponent by playing all the best moves, and she's gotten a time advantage. Both playing the best moves and playing them quickly. I can't believe my own eyes. But let's check in on some of the other pawn boards. Instead of doing the trade, could white go knight to f3? I mean, they could, but our point of this whole thing is to get rid of the knight. And if we force the knight to retreat, then that is a big success as well, right? Because then we've gotten the knight out of this nasty e5 square. So it's at this point, white should make the trade because then at least black will have the pawn weakness. Is she just playing well because we're tired? What are you implying? That we can't spot her mistakes? If no trade allows knight to b4, yeah. Well, yeah, no, I would have pointed that out, but the computer was saying as other moves were even better than that, black is just doing very well if white has spent 2 moves moving back and forth. Because frankly, they just moved the knight from that square 2 moves ago, 3 moves ago. So to go back then would be a massive concession. Morning buff? I don't think Anna has a morning buff. But maybe her mind is just so broken that she doesn't have the energy to calculate, which then in turn is making her time management a lot better. I don't know. Morning nerf? Yeah, but then at the same time, it is kind of a buff considering that her thinking often leads to time trouble. She's on autopilot, yeah, and that might be a good thing. I guess is what we're saying. Morning lack of overthinking. It's a good summary. Okay, let's check in with the other boards. The trade between the knights have happened. Anna has a backward pawn on the c6 square, but her opponent has an isolated pawn in the center. So maybe she can use her rook and queen to target that pawn. There's also this is interesting. Actually, let's talk about this before I move on. Anna has a trap in this position. If rook to the open file, sensible move, right? Activate your rook. It makes sense. But if Anna's opponent does this now, Anna has a winning position after just 15 moves. Bishop captures on h2, trying to lure the white king into the open. Then knight to g4 attacks the king, but also opens up for the black queen to capture the white bishop. And if the king moves further forward, if I'm entirely honest with you, I assumed we were going to go pawn to g5 and trap the bishop. But apparently this is not obviously winning for black because of rook takes bishop. Okay. But instead the winning move is queen up, check on the king, and then pawn up to g5. So that would be cool. Or should I say would have been cool. Because Anna's opponent was attentive to the trap, and she goes pawn to h3. That was the best move because it prevents the idea that Anna had. Also worth mentioning, if Anna had tried that same idea on the previous move before recapturing the knight, bishop takes, king takes, knight up, check, king forward, queen up, check. This doesn't work in the same way because the knight can just jump back. And yeah, it makes a big difference that the knight was still alive to maneuver and to get in between there. So she made the recapture. She wanted to make the sacrifice, but was denied by a pawn to h3. Anna could very easily become a lot worse here. She needs to be very active and determined for her next couple of moves. The top choice is a pretty crazy one. The engines are recommending that Anna play pawn to g5, generally pushing the pawn in front of your king 2 steps forward. not really advisable. But in this circumstance, it has the benefit of kicking the bishop away from the pressure on the knight and on the queen. And when the bishop moves back, because the knight is no longer pinned, now it can move without losing the queen. And now the knight can jump to the h5 square, threatening to capture the bishop, so the bishop's going to have to trade. And after the trade, because we played this pawn to g5 and the knight to h5, and we also played the queen up here, what all of these moves have in common is that they all eye the f4 square. And in fact, on the next move, black will play knight to f4, and that is going to be an amazing positioning in the long term for that piece. So that's very interesting. And if Anna goes something like queen to b6, trying to get out of this pressure and also starting pressure herself against the d4 pawn, then there is a concern that the bishop would then trade for the knight. Anna obviously has to recapture, but she only has the pawn available to do that job. And now you've opened up in front of the white king. Your pawn no longer can take control of the h5 and f5 squares. And in fact, white can try and start a maneuver of their piece into that square. That being said, having the bishop pair, the two bishops working together, and especially having really solid control of the dark squares, it's not such a bad thing. There are arguments to be made for why this could be okay for black despite the horrible pawn structure. This is a really important moment. This is a huge moment in the game. Anna has done everything right up until this point. But frankly, even still, she is under some uncomfortable pressure. And this pawn to h3 move was super important to avoid the trap. And once the trap was avoided, white has the benefit of this pressure down towards the black queen and the benefit of potentially pressuring down towards the backward pawn, as we learned it's called. Actually, maybe white is quite a bit better here. Despite Anna doing everything correct, maybe white is just better. I still wonder why she made this rook to e8 move. And now I have a better argument for... Ooh. Now I understand. She played rook to e8 because she needed to know where the knight was going to go. Because if the knight had gone to the e2 square, then she wants to do the pawn to a5 and maneuver the knight over here. Excuse my arrows. But if she had gone bishop here first, because I was thinking now, if she had just gone bishop first, then she could have solved a lot of these issues, because she would have just never allowed the knight to get to the e5 square to begin with. So I was thinking it's unnecessary to have this rook on e8 if the knight goes to the f3 square. But if she had made this bishop move first, then her opponent maybe would have chosen the knight to e2 plan instead. Because now, this whole thing, with the knight up here and then the knight over here, the knight would just, the bishop would be blocking the knight's path, and your plan of moving the knight over to the g5 square would be ruined. Okay. This is some interesting opening nuances. So she had to go rook to e8. But then when she played the bishop out, that did still allow the knight to come in. Initially, the chess engines were not too happy with this move, but I think it's pretty good. Because number one, it tests black whether they find the correct defensive plan, which Anna did. But even after having found the right defensive plan, she's still under some long-term pressure because of the backward pawn. I'm very intrigued to see how she continues here. She has a lot of different plans to choose between, but I think only a few of them are going to be acceptable. One thing I am wondering though is why is the computer not suggesting pawn to c5? Because that seems reasonable. We've been talking about how this pawn is weak, so going pawn to c5 and trying to trade it off makes a lot of sense. Ooh, here bishop b5 is a suggestion. And then you could argue that the fact that the rook had to move into the center earlier in the game was actually a detriment to black's position. I don't know. I kind of like the c5 move. And bishop to b5 is not gonna change the everything. Pawn to c5 makes strategic sense in that you're trying to avoid having the long-term pressure against the c6 pawn. The problem with this move is that after the trade between the pawns, black is left with an isolated pawn in the center of the board instead. But the thing is, this pawn is both isolated and a passed pawn. So it's got both the negative and the positive nickname. And the fact that it's a little bit of both, I think makes it okay. Okay. I've said it a couple of times, but let's finally do it. Let's finally check in with the other Swedes. Okay. Pia has a nice advantage. Pia has the black pieces. Pia's opponent has a nice advantage out of the open. That was unfortunate. I forgot to flip the boards. I thought I was being optimistic. Turns out. Okay, yeah. Pia's opponent has a nice advantage out of the opening. The pawns on e4 and c4. This is called the Maroczy bind. And the reason it's called a bind is because it's suffocating black. It's very difficult for black to push their pawns forward at any point. And these pawns are just doing a great job of restricting a lot of black's plans. In fact, Maroczy was a Hungarian back in the 19... Oh god, I'm sounding like a zoomer. 19 something. It's all the same. 1920s, 1960s. It's the 1900s. But yeah, I'm a fan of what Pia's opponent has done so far. Mongolia is an equal opponent, right? I would say no. I would say Mongolia is very, very strong. And they are favored quite massively against Sweden. They did rest their best player and they lost their second best player to the US. In fact, one of the best Mongolian girls is playing board 1 for the US. But despite that, Mongolia so far this tournament has had some good results. They beat Spain. Mongolia beat 9th ranked Spain. Huge upset win. Mongolia also beat the US, the number 2 seed. Mongolia was freaking crushing it this tournament. They had an amazing start. In fact, the way Mongolia beat the US is that their former national team member lost on board 1 and the rest of the games were drawn. But after that amazing start, things have gotten rougher. They drew 2-2 against Germany. The Germany that just absolutely obliterated Sweden. They lost 2.5, 1.5 to Georgia, but Georgia is ranked number 2 in the tournament. They lost 3.5 to 1/2 against Armenia. That was upsetting. And they lost in the previous round against 6th rank Azerbaijan. Okay. Mongolia is having a fantastic tournament. They haven't lost to a single team lower ranked than themselves. In fact, they've beaten all of the lower ranked teams. And they've also beaten 2 of the higher ranked teams. In addition to tying against Germany. They have played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the top 11 teams in the tournament. They must have faced honestly, that is very rare to face 6 of the best 11 teams. They might have had the toughest opposition of all the teams in the tournament, including the ones fighting for medal. So yeah, Mongolia is very, very strong. That glorious path only to be beaten by Anna. We'll see. We'll see. Let's take a look at the positions though. So I think Pia is a bit worse. Then we have Inna, who the chess engines believe Inna has the advantage, even though it's Black who's more active with their pawns. So Black is being aggressive with the pawns here, but Inna's doing a good job of trying to create that counter pressure. Now with the bishop getting involved, pointing down towards the queen, Inna is targeting the d5 square. She's going to want to get her knight or her bishop to that square. And then she wants to eliminate this knight because it's a protector of said outpost. Anna is okay, but strategically dodgy. She needs to be very accurate. And then Lavinia, oh gosh. Lavinia is playing one of the most complicated openings that exist in the game of chess. I actually studied this opening before I got the opportunity to play at the Norway Chess Tournament for my first time. My first time playing against the very best in the world. And I got to use this opening I had studied. And I got crushed in 25 moves by Hikaru Nakamura, who sacrificed a knight for a pawn and just played on as if nothing was happening. It wasn't like he sacrificed a knight to attack my king. He just gave away a knight for a pawn so that my pawns wouldn't be so threatening in the middle of the board like Lavinia's are now. That's kind of the whole point of this opening, that the white pawns in the middle can be very, very strong if they're allowed to advance. But then black's pawns on the side can also be incredibly strong. And Hikaru sacrificed a knight in order to help his pawns move forward. And yeah, that was pretty clever, and I got crushed. Is it a Grunfeld? This is known as the what's it? Noteboom. A Dutch name. Named after either a Dutch guy named Noteboom, or I guess some place. I've never heard of a place in the Netherlands called Noteboom. I'll spell it. Okay, in any case, it's a tremendously complicated position, and Lavinia's opponent has made all the moves instantly, whereas Lavinia has been thinking 45 minutes already. Yeah, this is not the kind of opening you can go into if you're not prepared. Very concerned about Lavinia now that I've seen the time situation. Daniel Notteboom, 1910 to 1932. Oh gosh. These old people in the good old days, or the bad old days, they didn't live for very long. He gained notice at the 1930 Chess Olympiad. Chess Olympiad mentioned. Holonic, thank you for the 20-month resub. 1 hour late? At least you're not 4 hours late. I'm sure there's gonna be someone coming in at 3 p.m. being like, oh, the game started already. Is there any good reason to spend 30 to 45 minutes on a single move? There's not. It hasn't stopped me from doing it repeatedly. Sometimes you just get stuck in your head and you're just not happy with anything and you feel like you're struggling to make decisions. I played this in my latest tournament in August. I played this kid. He was like 2100. I'm supposed to beat him 100% of the time, basically. But I got into an opening where I thought I knew what I was doing, and I realized I don't really understand this thing. And I ended up spending 45 minutes. Maybe it was 45 minutes in 2 moves, but it was still not great. It looked silly being 1 hour down on the clock when you outrate your opponent by 450 points. Died of pneumonia. He played in Hastings and died of pneumonia. Oh no. Oh my god, that is actually kind of funny, but it's sad. It's definitely sad, but it's kind of funny. Because the Hastings tournament, they had their 100-year celebration very recently, and basically It's just this. It's this tournament during Christmas time, and Hastings is on the coast to the North Sea. So it's kind of like Vacancy, a different place with a chess tournament, which they also play in the middle of the winter. And the thing about Vike is that it is a horrible place. It is just so windy, so cold, so unpleasant. And I haven't been to Hastings, but I'm betting it's just the same. And they should stop having these tournaments during the winter. People died. People died playing the Hastings tournament. Let's petition them to not have North Sea tournaments with the windy conditions in the middle of winter. Well, North Sea, it's like the channel. It's like the north of the English Channel, right? Let me double check where Hastings is. I don't think it's by Dover. I think it's higher up. Oh, I have no idea where Hastings is. Oh, Hastings is on the south side. Okay, never mind. I thought Hastings was more like where Ipswich is. I didn't know Ipswich was there, but yeah, I thought it was like towards the Netherlands. Well, either way, it's cold and windy in Hastings in the winter, and Notabum's death is proof of that. More Football Manager geography lessons needed. Yeah, no. I will say Football Manager the game does teach you a lot about these little English towns. But it only teaches you the name of them. They don't necessarily help you understand how to place them on a map. Apparently there's something called Lovestoft. I know that there's a team that's called that same thing. But if you go on a map, that's where I thought Hastings was. In the meantime, we have a move from Anna, and I kind of like it. She does go for that pawn 2 steps forward in front of her own king. That is a tricky decision to make, but it was the computer's top choice, and it makes her plan for the next couple of moves very obvious. That was a tricky move to find, but I think it was a good one. Shouldn't there be a follow-up? I mean, that would be preferable. I do feel like she could have predicted that when the bishop is under attack, the bishop would retreat. But I'm expecting the follow-up pretty quickly. Knight to h5 is a obvious move, going after the bishop and going after this f4 square. It's very important not to make the trade between the bishops, because that would allow the white rook to get involved, pointing down this open file. Now, this open file wouldn't be a problem if this black pawn was back in its starting position. This would be fine, even good for black, because the pressure of the rook on the open file would not be very significant when there's a knight protected by a pawn on that same file. However, with the pawn having made its advance forward, the knight's stability is not the same. And here this would be rather dangerous for black to go into. And I feel like it's kind of obvious. Opening up for the rook is going to lead to some concerns. So I don't think Anna is going to do that. I think she's going to understand to go with the knight instead. And I think she's going to have a pretty nice position here. She has a massive weakness in front of her own king, but white has absolutely no pieces on this side of the board, so the king's safety is not really an issue whatsoever. Everyone has bananas today. Breakfast of champions. They all have proper etiquette. Bananas on the left. Well, it's because everyone is right-handed. So you have to write on your score sheet every move that you make. So that's why you always put your snacks on the opposite side of where you have your score sheet. Please adjust the chessboard so that we can see Pia. I mean, if Pia would just stop leaning forward, we saw her just fine before the start of the round. I don't know how small we're willing to make the chessboard. I guess this is fine. Pia fixed posture? No, it's fine leaning forward. That's not a posture thing. You could swap chat and the board. Oh, chat having reasonable suggestions. What is this world coming to? It's kind of ruined the opponent though. If you're only gonna show someone's barely show their head, you might as well do the whole thing. Okay, chess.com, support our sponsor. Chess.com is being centralized. What an honor. Okay, this is pretty good. I think no one can complain after this, right? Chess.com controlling the center. It's a good strat. Smaller hammer. Nah, I think hammer's fine. Just the right size. Took 11 days to come up with this. We've only had camera for like 5 days. And then the camera angle is different every single day. So most days we've been using this layout. But for reasons you may understand, this layout didn't feel appropriate for today. I heard in an interview that this is the last game for Sweden. Can you explain? This is the last game for everyone. That's why we're playing in the morning, which chess players traditionally not a big fan of. And Magnus Carlsen, so much not a big fan that he's not playing. The medals are being awarded today. The question is, who's gonna win them? Our favorite board 4 in the tournament has unfortunately been taken down by the pesky Norwegians. Rani Hamid is no longer gonna win a medal on board 5 after losing to Norway yesterday. Does Hammer have a medal? I do. It's actually one of the performances. I think it's my best performance ever, but it was not in the chess Olympiad. It was in the European Team Championship, which is kind of similar but just much stronger, because the chess Olympiad is really like everyone, all nations, even nations that aren't nations, are participating. Whereas the European Team Championship basically only has good teams. So it's a lot tougher. And I got silver medal on board 2 back in 2009. Do you have that medal under your pillow? I don't have the medal, but as part of my prize, I got this computer bag that I'm still using to this day. I also got a wallet, but yeah, it was it was 15 years ago, so it's not in great condition anymore. Who played on board 1? I played. So the winner was Pavel Elyanov of Ukraine. I actually beat him when we played. I also played against. I played against. Who did I play against? I remember playing against Mickey Adams. I played against. What's the Slovenian guy? Beliavsky? I played against Fressinet. Actually, I don't remember. I think I scored 3 wins and 6 draws. No, maybe 4 wins. I had more draws than I had wins, but I didn't lose a single game, and the opposition I faced was so strong. Have you ever played Hikaru? Yeah, I played Hikaru multiple times. I even played him in the Chess Olympiad. It hasn't really worked out for me. I lost to him 2 times in the Norway chess tournament. And I also lost to him in the Chess Olympiad. And then we played a rapid tournament in France. In the knockout stages. And he beat me there as well. And we played a Blitz tournament, I think, in Oslo. And he beat me there as well. I did make a draw against him the last time we played, but it was basically I had the white pieces and I was so sick of losing against him every single time. So I was like, I'm gonna play the most boring thing known to man. So the London, I did not play the London, but imagine whatever the London was. Imagine the thing that existed before the London with the same reputation. Okay, knight to h5 is on the board. And our video has started stuttering. That's not great. Good moves are being played though. I'm very happy with her decision to go for this plan. I don't know about spending 12 minutes on this move as a follow-up. I feel like this move was pretty obvious once you make the decision to go pawn to g5. But for the previous two moves now, Anna spent 35 minutes. She was actually significantly up on time there. Not that it lasted for very long. Ooh, more intel on my silver medal win in the European Championship. Hammer placed in front of Svidler, Caruana, and Aronian. That's pretty cool. Caruana represented Italy at that time. Incredibly, thank you for the prime. Is it Anna's mom that sits on the other end? Yes, it is. This is a team competition. This is the #1 national team competition in chess. It's called the Chess Olympiad, but basically it's a world team championship. And Anna and Pia are both representing the Swedish women here. Currently, Sweden is one spot ahead of Norway. So they need to do equally well as Norway today in order to finish ahead and become the best Nordic country. The Norwegians are playing against Switzerland, which I think is a better matchup for them than Mongolia. Switzerland has had somewhat of a disappointing tournament. Mongolia has been spectacular. Kostenyuk, please carry. Let's just say Kostenyuk on board 1, I suspect is going to win her a game. But the Norwegian team is pretty good on the other boards. Switzerland is kind of like Sweden. They have one incredibly good player on board 1. But then board 3 and 4, there would be chances for the Norwegian girls. How has Finland been? Finland has been good. They were actually the #1 placed Nordic team in the previous round, but then they lost. Finland could actually end up beating both. If Norway and Sweden both lose and Finland wins, Finland will be the best Nordic team. Maybe they're even the favorites. Oh, never mind. Finland is playing England in the final round. So that ain't happening. England having a disaster of a tournament. Iceland traditionally should have a pretty decent women's team. They've had a couple of good players move to Iceland, which is always a good way of reinforcing. Ooh, but the players moving to Iceland has dropped quite a few rating points. Yeah, no, Iceland is not having a good tournament, I'm afraid. Iceland currently in 79th place. Finland is in 39th, Norway 34th, and Sweden 33rd. Denmark nowhere to be seen. Ah, there they are. Denmark number 66. Finland doesn't really have the same bickering with the Scandinavians except Sweden. Yeah, that is true. But on the other hand, their beef with Sweden is significant. Finland has their own language, and yet somehow they're taught Swedish in school. It's very strange. It's actually more strange than if English people were taught Swedish in schools. Because the English language and the Swedish language has a lot more in common than the Swedish and the Finnish. They needed a real language. Wow. Isn't Finnish related to the Hungarian language? That's what they tell us. But I don't know if we should believe that. Because they both seem kind of crazy. That's basically like just saying, I don't know what to do with the rest of you. And just throw them in the bin. Knight to e2 has been played, and the engines now believe Anna to have the advantage. But frankly, the method to achieve that advantage is beyond me. The recommended move, knight to f4, allowing the opponent to give you doubled pawns. But the point is that as this pawn advances, it can sacrifice itself to open up in front of the white king. Very, very tricky. And then, well, you can also capture it with the bishop and then capture this pawn. But then same thing, you sacrifice the pawn and then you have these two bishops pointing in towards the king. Oh, you guys are not watching this? Yeah, you are. But if you go knight to f4, there is the move queen takes c6. The idea is that even though the bishop here in the middle is undefended, if the bishop is captured, then the queen can capture the black bishop because suddenly the white bishop is supporting that queen. Very, very, very tricky. And the point of doing the knight to f4 instead of just capturing the bishop is that if you capture the bishop here, then you have to be concerned about the rook opening up, pointing down towards the black king. So you don't really want to do this. But then you also have to consider that with the knight having moved, the queen is now pointing towards the c6 square, and you have to watch out for that pawn being captured. I don't know. Knight to f4 is a very tricky move. But on the other hand, there is a lack of good alternatives. And if she finds it, her opponent is in quite some danger. Knight to f4, it makes sense in terms of increasing the pressure. It makes sense. Well, the thing that makes the least sense, I guess, is this, where the black pawns are just shattered all over the place. And then you have to realize that you do have quite the attack brewing on the white king. Yeah. Very tricky decision to go knight to f4 and voluntarily give yourself these bad pawn formations. But if it's good, it's good. I think she will realize that you're probably not wanting to open up for the rook. So you don't really want to make the capture. I guess alternately you could move your rook in just to protect the pawn that's under attack. Ooh. Look at this. Chess Engine says if the rook just goes passively to defend, that's an opportune moment for white to make a trade between the bishops and then go pawn to f4. Brilliant move. Pawn to f4 increases the scope of the rook, allowing this pawn to be captured. But even though the pawn is captured, that's only temporary. White will follow up with the queen together with the rook, targeting the f4 pawn. And when that pawn is recaptured, white will be able to have both their rooks pointing down towards the king, and life is just tough. And here black also has the terrible pawns on both sides of the board. So actually, knight to f4, part of the reason why it's brilliant is making sure that the white pawn cannot advance to that square itself, because advancing that pawn forward would lead to the rook having some influence here on the king side. Wow, so knight to f4 is essentially just a preventive move, preventing the white rook on f1 from getting into the game, because now after the trade, white wishes they didn't have a pawn on this f2 square, because then the rook could contribute. But because the pawn is here, the rook is unable to participate, and the white bishop has to step back. Another big moment in the game. I just said that same thing about the g5 pawn move. That was a committal decision, pushing the pawn in front of your king 2 steps forward. And Anna spent 35 minutes on it and the continuation afterwards. And right after that 35-minute think, she's going to need another one to make sure that she justifies her play on the previous moves and prevents the white plans from punishing the weaknesses she has created around her king. So far in this game, Anna is on 99.4 accuracy. But when that accuracy includes playing such risky moves as the pawn 2 steps in front of your own king, it means one little slight mistake here is going to mess up everything, both the accuracy and the game. Okay, let's check in with some of the other Swedish games. Pia's position has gotten better, in my opinion. Chess Engine still likes the situation for Pia's opponent, but I do like the fact that Pia has managed to provoke all of these pawns to move to the light squares. Because normally white would seek to go pawn to a3 and then pawn to b4. And to build up these queenside pawns. And also take control of some dark squares. Since you have such good light square control with this one and the other one as well. So the fact that white just pushed the pawn forward and left the b4 square long-term vulnerable, I think is a decent development in the game for Pia. But Sweden is very dependent on Pia winning this game. And white's position is looking really, really solid. Pia is 200. Oh, and Anna, she found the move. Very, very good move. We're going to catch it here on the video because we're getting the moves on the board earlier than the video feed. She's looking very focused here as she executes the best move in the position, the move that creates some weaknesses in black's pawn camp, but she has correctly judged that those weaknesses are not that big of a deal. She has correctly judged that she needed to prevent the white f pawn, this one, of pushing 2 steps forward. That is now impossible as the knight is blockading that square. And we're now going to see the 1 minute later on the video, the execution of the move. No hesitation. That's very rare. Very rare to see her not even just move her arm up and then changing her mind and then moving it back. No, she just went for that. She decided, she knows it's a good move. And honestly, good game from Anna so far. She's making a lot of tough but good decisions. Is Anna gonna be the one to help Sweden get something out of this match? Even managing a tie 2-2 against Mongolia would be a huge accomplishment, considering Mongolia has already beaten Germany and Spain and the US. No, it was a tie. They tied Germany maybe, but they beat the US and they beat Spain, which are 2 very good teams. Okay, and Pia's moving as well. We can see in the background. Pia's moving her queen in. So Pia's exploiting the fact that her opponent now has really bad control of the dark squares, immediately pushing in with her own queen. Pia's position seems fair. I do think she's slightly worse, but a lot could happen. One concern in Pia's game is that Pia's down 28 minutes on the clock. So that could be an indication that she doesn't really like her own position. Lavinia has, oh my gosh, Lavinia is bringing the rook into the game. She's playing very untraditionally. But in this notable variation, untraditional play is, well, frankly, the right thing to do. The question, though, remains, is Lavinia's untraditional play the way to go? And so far, evidence would suggest the answer is no. Her latest move getting a question mark. And the eval bar is very, very dark on the left side of the board, indicating that it prefers black's chances in this game. Inna, on the other hand, she still has an equal-ish position. Too early to say anything definitive in Inna's game. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to Anna's board. I'm hoping this move is gonna put her opponent to up. Well, it's definitely giving a challenge to the opponent, and I think the opponent is gonna have to think about this for a little bit. So I'm gonna take a quick break here. But Anna has the advantage. Inna is slightly better, according to Engine, but it's a very tricky position. Could go either way. And Pia is slightly worse. If Sweden manages a tie today, I do think it's very likely that they will become the top Nordic country. And I'll actually, on my second monitor, I'm gonna put up for myself the current status of the Norwegian match, because the result in that match is gonna affect Sweden's placement. Actually, Norway is doing kind of good against Switzerland. So maybe even a tie against Mongolia is not going to be enough. We'll keep tabs on the developments as they come in. Okay, good news. Nothing has happened. This is how chess works. And it's usually only good news when it's the opponent thinking about the moves. But that is the case here. And Anna's big time spent on the previous 3 moves seemed to have paid off. She found all the best moves. She remains with a 99.4 accuracy. And right now she's giving her opponent an incredibly tough choice. White needs to calculate. Bishop takes, knight takes, and queen takes. Lots of captures to investigate. You may have noticed half the Swedish team disappeared. Well, I can see Pia sipping her coffee, even if she's not sitting down. How is it supervised that Pia and Anna doesn't talk together when they're both having a break? Well, the thing is, there's a chess arbiter, a referee, 1 for every 8 players. So basically, there's a ton of them. And they're everywhere. So the main thing is just people are going to notice if someone's chatting. And no one's allowed to chat in the whole venue. So if someone is chatting, you know by default that they're not allowed to do that. Is being a referee chill? I mean, it looks kind of boring. They're just sitting there for 5 hours. Anna's getting up from the board once again. It seems like Anna is confident that she's given her opponent something to think about here. Okay, never mind. She's just sitting back down. She's a bit jittery. Normally when I'm like that, it means that I feel like I'm doing very well and I can't really focus, or like I'm stressed but happy stressed. Why is Mongolia's board 2 lower rated than the board 1? I guess that they felt that the lower rated board 1 is on better form or a better player. And so far this tournament, they've been right. The board 1 for Mongolia has been fantastic. The board 2 for Mongolia used to be their best player, their most famous player, but she lost 100 rating points the last 2 years. So I guess she's on poor form. We have a move, king to h2. I'm gonna need a moment to try and understand this. So by moving the king here, you can now never... So say I just move and defend this pawn. Now you can never capture the knight, because then the bishop is trapped. It has no retreat. If you take with the bishop, well, then you still have a king that you voluntarily moved into the path of the opponent's bishop, probably not going to be a great strat. So with this king move, white is essentially saying that I'm never going to capture your knight. And then Anna needs to make a decision on whether she wants to trade the knight for the bishop. And normally getting the two bishops working together is a good thing. But here after the recapture, you're not going to be able to keep your two bishops working together. Because if you're going to do that, you're going to have to make a retreat. But then it's back to what we discussed earlier. One of the great things about Anna's plan to put the knight on the f4 square is that now the pawn is unable to move there, which in turn means that it's difficult to get this rook into the game because this pawn is stuck standing in the path of the rook. Whereas if you're allowed to push it forward and challenge the black pawn, then this rook could suddenly become a very, very good contributor in an attack against black's king. So, to summarize, Anna should just keep her knight in its very strong positioning, and white is not really able to capture it. And then you have to decide, well, if I'm not going to move the knight, what else am I going to do? And that's where rook to c8 comes in, because white's queen does have some pressure against this c6 pawn, and it makes sense to just offer some defense to that pawn. It does make sense offering some defense to it, but here's an interesting suggestion from the engine. How about bishop to d7? Same thing with that the pawn that was under attack is now, well, it's still under attack, but now it's defended. But this move has the benefit of opening up for the rook down the center of the board. Yes, I like this move. This is a nice one. Chess Engine keeps saying that white should make the trade bishop for knight. Allow the trade to happen with the bishop pointing down on the white king. And then go knight to f3, allowing the bishop to just continue this seemingly kind of annoying pressure. That does not feel very human whatsoever. Yeah, bishop to d7, I like this. What I don't like is that, honestly, I feel like the Mongolian girl has done a good job of playing reasonably quickly in what is a tricky position to navigate. She did spend quite a bit of time on this king move, but Anna's time is ticking down pretty quickly as well. And the position remains very, very tricky. Difficult to determine what your best plan is, and there's like 4 different plans available. Now that I think about it, how about pawn to h5? It makes a lot of sense when your king has taken away the bishop's escape square. Makes a lot of sense trying to rush up there yourself and put pressure on the piece that's in trouble. After this move, it's recommended that black just move the king back. And if we continue forward... Oh, they're not going back with... Now you go for the trade? The chess engine keeps suggesting this plan, saying that the king moved away to give space for the knight to move where the king was. And then if the knight can make it to this f3 square, it's attacking this pawn and defending this one. making sure that the black pawn cannot advance forward. And it's very difficult for Anna to kick the knight out because her bishop doesn't have access to this g4 square to capture and take out the knight. Very tricky position. Lavinia seems to be losing. Let's move over there and have a look. Lavinia about to suffer the same destiny that I did trying to play this opening against Hikaru Nakamura. It's just a very, very tricky opening. Lavinia down to 18 minutes. But frankly, the time is not the worst of her concerns right now. She's also in big, big trouble on the board. Ooh, and is Pia making a draw? No. I think Pia's opponent is trying to make a draw. And then Pia's gonna say no thank you. So Pia moved her queen up to this b4 square. Her opponent moves the knight to attack the queen. Pia avoids with a counterattack on the knight. The knight is going to return to its placement. But instead of doing the back and forth, I guess Pia's just going to go with this knight forward and increase the pressure on white's pawns. This knight is putting pressure on 3 pawns at the same time. And it seems okay. You have to be a little bit careful that your queen doesn't get trapped. But for the moment, that seems... the situation feels under control. So Anna slightly better, Pia unclear, Lavinia losing. And then Inna's position is also very difficult to assess. Both Inna and Anna has the kind of positions that can go very well or very badly. Still like balancing on the knife's edge. Inna is down to 33 minutes. Is Anna the one with the most time among the Swedes? That is a concern. No, never mind. Anna's on 32 minutes. Never mind. I should have known better to even start that sentence. But yeah, there's tense central pressure between the pawns. Lots of different plans to choose between. Inna has a good position, but it can all turn around if you choose the wrong plan. Hammer, what language do you think in when playing chess? Are you using language for your chess thoughts? I think we may have discovered the problem. I think moves, not I'm not formulating sentences in my reasoning. Anna plays in Spanish. Plays or thinking? Because Automatique says Anna says she's thinking in Spanish. Asenix says Anna's playing in Spanish. Those are two very different things. Thinking as in figuring out what to say during small talk is a completely different thing to thinking about chess moves. Can Pia win a medal? It seems unlikely, but let me bring up the top players. So currently Pia is in 10th place on board 1. And because the opponent she's facing today is so much lower rated than her, she's not going to make a massive improvement by winning her game. And all the top 3 performances have they're ranked above 2,500. I'm gonna say no. I I guess it's technically possible for Pia to get a medal, but that would be based on her winning and then basically everyone in front of her losing. And even then, it wouldn't be guaranteed. The language people swear in is their native language. That can't be right because on stream I'm swearing in German. Bypassing people's sensitivities. Basically saying people don't know German. Which I guess isn't really necessarily the case. I can also swear in Lithuanian. That one is maybe better. I know 2 words in Lithuanian. One of them is a swear word. It's typical. People speaking German sound like they're swearing anyways. Whatever do you mean? No, that was a terrible German. What am I trying to do? Was ist das? Was sagst du? How about your Dutch? I don't know any Dutch, I think. Okay, Anna's about to move. Wait, but if Anna's about to move on the video, and we know the video is like 1 minute behind the board. Oh, that's not great. She's got the moving post right now, and we know for a fact that she didn't move for another minute and a half at least. Showcasing the trickiness of the situation, but time is ticking down fast. 26 minutes remaining. You can swear in Swedish, I guess. Well, I'm not sure. I don't think this is the right direction to take this stream. Although I guess if there's any point at which we're just gonna swear in many different languages, it might as well be my last stream on the channel. But no, I do not think I know any Swedish swear phrases. What is Anna's next move, you suppose? Okay, I was not gonna say that. I was gonna say bishop to d7. Or pawn to h5. This one... Yeah, I was not gonna guess that one. What is the point of that even? I guess now, so the engine has been suggesting some bishop takes knight, followed by the knight stepping back and trying to make a blockade on the f3 square. But here now, do we have some kind of a... Because now we have the availability of this rook to g8 move, which may change the circumstances and some things. Just going for that very direct, let's sacrifice everything approach. Engine is not convinced, but this does look incredibly dangerous for white. It has to be said. So, yeah. Just making it more difficult for white to accept any sort of bishop trade. Any trade on this f4 square. Okay, I'm actually fine about this now. I'm happy to see this. I wasn't sure there was a point to getting the rook over here, but I have now been convinced otherwise. That one thing I'm not convinced by though is what happens if the queen just captures this pawn. Should we not be concerned about this? Because it's easy to think, well, that's not available to white because then we can capture their bishop. The problem is, at the end of that variation, the white queen captures the black bishop and suddenly white is up by a pawn. Okay, we might still be okay because we can capture white's pawn. But I don't know. I'd rather not have to go into this. Because now I lost my knight here, which was so good. We lost... I guess we didn't lose that much else, but because we lost the knight here, white is now able to go for this pawn to f4 move, which activates the rook as it guarantees a trade to happen between these two pawns. That's reason good enough, right, to avoid it. Black needs to keep this knight where it is to make sure that white cannot push their pawn forward, which in turn would get the rook involved in the game. Also lost bishop pair. Yeah, that's a good point, Yasa. We don't want to... We have the two... Well, no. That's not a good point, Yasa. Because we don't really refer to the bishops as the bishop pair if the opponent also has the two bishops. So the two bishops are only referred to as the bishop pair if you have them and your opponent does not. Anna playing so well, but you think we're going to suffer from time management? Yeah. She's playing very well, though. Like, some of these moves have been legitimately difficult. And the good thing is that for every move she plays, her opponent's clock starts ticking, and frankly, this is such a difficult position for both players. So I'm expecting her opponent to spend quite a bit of time here as well. On this king move, white spent 14 minutes. And we were celebrating that because now the time difference wasn't such a big deal anymore. Only for Anna to then spend 16 minutes on putting her king in the corner. For the last 4 moves, Anna has spent an hour, 15 minutes on average per move. Anna knows she needs to go for the win, but she doesn't necessarily have to do that, right? Because we are kind of trusting that Pia is going to win a lot of games. Let's go check in with Pia. Oh, let's refresh. Okay, I'm not sure I intended to do the full refresh there, but I'll flip the board. So, in order for Sweden to have success, Pia needs to win her games. That's just how it is. And when you start out with a 1-0 lead, that gives you a good chance to have a good team performance. The problem so far facing the good teams is that well, Inna managed to beat the French IM, right? With the black pieces, that beautiful pawn sacrifice. But when when Inna managed to deliver against the good team, Pia was unable to win. And so against the good teams, I think just Pia winning is everything. And that hasn't happened so far. I think Pia is fine. But I'm a bit concerned about her time. The fact that Pia's down 15 minutes suggests that she's not entirely comfortable with her position. I would love for her to get her knight to the d4 square. Right now, Pia has been aiming towards the c5 square for her knight, but it would be even better if we could get further forward to the d4 square, because then the knight would be blocking the rook's ability to point pressure down through the center. So I wonder there. Pia did play the obvious move, but what about the unobvious move? I feel like maybe Pia there could have aimed for the d4 square instead. It would have been a lot more time consuming, but if you make it to the final destination, the knight has a lot more value here on d4 than it's going to have on the c5 square now. One of the reasons for that is also because now you're taking away the escape path for your queen, which could be an issue in the future. I'm not such a fan of this move for Pia, but I will mention that there are some traps here. For instance, if white goes pawn to f3 in order to increase the protection of the e4 pawn and leave the queen to do other things, well, speaking of the queen, previously the queen was defended by a pawn. It's not anymore. And black can exploit this by capturing a pawn on the side of the board, and the recapture is impossible because that would open up for the queens along the third rank. So some interesting traps. Still it's a game that could go either way, just like Anna's game and just like Inna's game. While something that could not go either way, unfortunately, is Lavinia on board 4. Her rook is under attack, her bishop is also under attack, and unable to save both of them. She's gonna have to resign now. So a bad start to the match with Lavinia losing. But there's still hope. Because we do have 3 tense positions going on. With the 3 Swedes in frame. Interesting comment from the chat. Can Lavinia not go queen takes pawn? And initially my thought was the same as Chen, that the rook is hanging. But actually, if and Lavinia has made that move, she didn't really have a choice considering the circumstances. I was also thinking that, well, you can't move your queen over here, even though the queen cannot be captured because the rook is pointing down on the king. The knight can just capture the rook. But here's the thing. Lavinia does have this bishop pointing down towards the black king. So the queen comes in, check on the king, and the queen actually gives a checkmate as well, because the black rook is very unfortunately placed, blocking the exit for the black king. So instead, the method that you have to use is eliminating the bishop. And then it's very convenient that this knight is defending the g7 square, so that queen comes in for the checkmate is not a possibility for white, with the knight just making the recapture. Instead, Lavinia is going to have to capture the knight, and then she has to come back afterwards to renew her threats to the king. But here, there are plenty of ways of winning. Unfortunately, I guess coming down here, check, maybe the most effective. The queen comes in, gives a check, and yeah. This is a draw? Threatening checkmate, but allowing Lavinia to sacrifice her rook. This is not a draw. You can go here, check. And the reason you went here is because then you can go here, check. If the rook blocks, you can go here, check. And if the king moves over, you return to the scene of the crime. Okay. Lavinia still has some tricks. She still has some tricks. But if you change the move order on that, if the pawn moves forward first, then the rook sacrifice is not going to work out because then the queen can still get back into defense. Okay, at least we found one trick that was working in her favor. But that one trick is fairly easy to sidestep, especially when you have a full hour and 5 minutes remaining. So we'll have to get ready to put the points on the board pretty soon. In the meantime, we do have a move in Anna's game. And the move is knight to g1. So apparently that was the plan of moving the king to free up the g1 square so that the knight could move there. But now the black knight is even better, right? The knight is very happy to no longer have pressure on it from the bishop. Can we go pawn to h5 now? Just try and push this pawn up. White can capture, but then now we don't even have to recapture with a pawn anymore. Because the knight no longer has influence on this square, we can take back with the bishop. Check on the king, and then if the king moves back, we just continue forward with our attack. And now we have the bishop pair. The elephant in the room in all of these variations is what is actually going on with the pawn on c6. Here, technically, black is not making a threat. So would this be an occasion for the queen to come in and just capture one of white's pawns? To me, it feels like the answer is yes. So I don't know. I would like to see a defense of this pawn right now. Although the recommended move is queen to f6, which not only brings the queen closer to the white king, it also starts counterattacking towards the pawn in the center. That's another consequence of the knight having made its retreat. The knight is no longer giving protection to the d4 pawn, and now that one can be targeted. The problem with queen to f6 is that you just give up this pawn, which seems to me to be kind of unnecessary. Honestly, the pawn is under... I would just defend it. Rook over to defend, and then I'm going to go queen here next. If white improves the positioning of their knight, which I'm assuming is their plan, I go queen here next. I'm putting some pressure here. Yeah, I know you're technically protecting it, but look at something like rook here. Can I start making captures here? Oh. So my idea was that if I make this capture, the knight cannot be recaptured because then the knight is undefended. But what I keep forgetting in all of this is that whenever we move our knight, it opens up between the two bishops, allowing white to just capture blacks. So yeah, that doesn't really work out. I still like rook to c8 though. Like the pawn is under attack and let's just protect it. Pia's opponent is going for the draw. Well, Pia cannot allow that to happen. Ooh, back and forth in Pia's game. Pia is somewhat worse, and she's playing an opponent who has done incredibly well so far in the tournament. The last couple of moves were knight back into the middle, queen back, knight back, queen back. And if the knight now returns, Pia has to make the decision whether she wants a draw. The chess engine is preferring white's position here. But at the same time, it kind of feels like Pia needs to go for the win, even with the black pieces. Ina's opponent gets a question mark, but it's still just a very tense situation, which is difficult to assess. I don't see the clear... Oh, and Pia goes for the draw. Let's go to the camera. Pia has gone for the draw. And let's see if her opponent makes a claim to that regard. Is the Mongolian girl gonna do an Anna and just go back and forth? Or is she gonna make the claim, stop the clock, call the arbiter, have all the formalities in order? Okay, Pia's writing something down on her score sheet. She seems to be moving quickly. I'm expecting a handshake now, any moment. Did Pia avoid the draw? She's looking away. I'm gonna put Pia's game up. No, they are still going back and forth. Lavinia lost. That's unfortunate. Ooh, and Pia's noticing that. Look at how everyone is looking over at Lavinia's board. And then Pia's going into the thinking pose. The fact that Lavinia just lost, I think, could affect Pia's move here. So in order for Pia to play on, she needs to move her queen back. If Pia goes queen to a3 now, that's game over. So right now, this was the initial position. This was when the position happened for a second time. And now if Pia returns to the a3 square, the game is over. But she doesn't have to go there. If she goes back to this a5 square, the game is also over, by the way. Because then the white pawn can attack both the queen and the knight. But she can safely go queen to b6. She would still have a worse position. Her opponent would just return with her knight. And white would be considerably better. So it's a difficult decision for Pia. She is kind of in trouble. I didn't like her position from the start. Inna and Anna has good positions. They could potentially win their games. But their positions are very difficult to assess. When you're just looking at the board without the computer, it's difficult to understand that Anna is actually almost winning. Especially if you look at her clock and then you think, this isn't gonna work out. Very, very difficult choice for Pia. And the more time she spends pondering this choice, the worse it's going to get if she does choose to play on. Because she's down to just 21 minutes. Pia could just let her clock run and wait for the other games to progress. Yeah, but the thing is, if you're down to 5 minutes on the clock, then you don't want to play on. Because she's playing kind of a terrifying girl, right? She's playing an opponent who has a 2,200 rating, but who is performing at a level above Pia's rating. So this is a very, very tricky opponent. It's just that the Mongols are being kind of clever, even though they have the advantage on board one. They go for the draw because they're trying to neutralize Sweden's only good that's a bit harsh, but their most scary player. And we can see Pia has gone for the queen move. And the game is going to be a draw. The picture today is more than a minute behind the moves coming in. I don't know why that is, but we're going to see the handshake coming up. Mongolia is pretty heavily favored in this matchup anyway. I mean, before the match, they were. But the two remaining boards are... Oh, and Pia doesn't claim the draw. It's 3 times the same position, but Pia does not claim the draw. So much for the vibes. Pia doesn't have the vibes. Pia going for it? Well, she's not really going for it. Because her opponent can stop the clock and call the arbiter. But there was no kind of, oh, it's been 3 times the same position kind of thing. Pia says if you want to draw, you have to go through the proper channels. I'm not just going to hand it to you. Can opponent claim it now? Yes. So if the opponent stops the clock and calls the arbiter, the game is over. The arbiter could also stop the game if they have 5 times the same position. Yes, I believe they made that rule partly because of a tournament I was at. During the World Junior Championship in Gaziantep in 2008, 2 of the players went back and forth 37 times. What if she plays on? Can she still claim the draw later? No. You can only claim a draw when it's your move. This is an all-female tournament. It's a huge tournament, Gozunda, that has both an all open section and a female section. Anna and Pia are playing for the women's team for Sweden. But there's also a open section team. And there are also some girls playing for their open section teams. So it's not really a women versus men kind of thing. Blunder on Anna's board. I mean, blunder it was not, but this is what we've been talking about. The position is tricky. And Anna's opponent has made an inaccuracy. Arguably a 3rd one in a row. And Anna has a big advantage. But she's low on time. Anna could win this game. Can we see Anna's board? Well, I'm kind of assuming that Pia's game is going to be done within a couple of seconds, really. Which is why we're on this one. Okay. We know what the board looks like in Pia's game. We're just waiting for her opponent to call the arbiter. And as long as we have the camera, we're going to be able to watch the drama unfold. As the arbiter actually has to do something. For the first time this tournament. So you can't claim the draw when you move to the 3 repeated position because it's not your move. You have to make the claim before you make your move. So when you're moving into the 3rd repetition of the position, this is what we discussed that Anna did not do yesterday. You're not supposed to just make your move. You're supposed to say, I am intending to make this move, after which it will be 3 times the same position. Do you agree, or do you want to call the the arbiter? Anna played Queen F6. Yeah, obvious move, but still a good one. puts pressure in towards the d4 pawn. Anna now, significant advantage. And she continues playing very, very good moves. So far, Anna has not played a single mistake. She has not even played a single inaccuracy. Literally every move has been good. And frankly, in kind of a tricky, unorthodox position. Yeah, Chad is right. I'm a bit hard on the arbiters. But the problem is, I've had so many experiences where they just don't know the rules. I've been damaged by my experiences. Why don't you become a chess arbiter? Because, well, the thing about a chess arbiter is if they do their job right, no one even notices that they're there. They're like a soccer referee in that regard, right? The more attention is brought to the arbiter, the worse job you've done. And I like attention. Are the players not allowed to get up during the game? They are. It's just that all the Swedes are so low on time, they don't feel like they have the opportunity to start gallivanting around. Did you know Pia is Anna's mother? Really? This is completely new information to me, magician. I did have a suspicion when, little 4 or 5 year old Anna was accompanying Pia to tournaments. I did think that Pia was probably not babysitting while she was a grandmaster playing a chess tournament. But on the other hand, chess doesn't pay very well. You gotta be looking for those alternative income sources. Update the score, please. Oh, do I have to? I guess. Sweden 0. Mongolia 1. No draw for Pia? I don't know what Pia's opponent is doing. Pia, the position on the board is 3 times. I like Pia's opponent allowed the position to be a draw, but now that Pia went into it, she's considering not. I'm so confused. How many Mongolians have you defeated? Over the chessboard, none. But I did beat Genghis Khan in Civilization a couple of times. You played as Genghis Khan? I'm sure I've won as Genghis as well. He doesn't have the greatest economic boosts, but those horse archers can be very annoying. Ooh, big decision on Anna's board. Her opponent voluntarily trades a bishop for Anna's for Anna's knight. And also we got a move on Pia's board. And Pia's opponent continues moving back and forth. But how is no one claiming the draw? Okay, no, Pia's opponent is looking at her score sheet. She's writing something down. She's stopping the clock. She's doing it. She's doing the right. Yeah, okay. No? Wait. She's not stopping the clock. She's getting up. She's getting up from the board. They've had the same position 3 times. Twice now. And neither one of them is the vibes are not there. Neither one of them are feeling the vibes right now. And while Pia moves the queen back, they now have a threefold repetition for the third time. They can only have a 3-time repetition 4 times. That's the maximum. Because after that, it starts becoming a 4-time repetition. Maybe she's hoping for Pia to do a worse move instead. I mean, that is some high level psychology strats. Pia's looking down at her score sheet. Does Pia not even realize that it's been 3 times and it's been 3 times in like a couple of. And she doesn't claim the draw. She keeps just making these moves without claiming the draw. Pretty sure she realizes? Well, surely she has to realize. But for how long are we going to go back and forth here? As if this is making me miss out on some very important moments in Anna's game. Because Anna has just recaptured with her bishop. It's a check on the king. The pawn intercepts the check, counterattacks the bishop. The bishop's going to have to go back, but right now Anna has 2 bishops pointing in towards the white king. She's even threatening the pawn in the center of the board. Anna is dominating on 2 flanks right now. How do you even defend this pawn? It's not so easy. Okay, now the arbiter is in. Okay, I missed it. Damn it. I missed it. Is Pia trying to argue it has not been 3 times? Because it's been 3 times like a gazillion times. Okay, the handshake was there. It's a draw. Verdict on the handshake, too far away from the camera to see. Now Pia is having a discussion with Juan. I mean, I'm not great at judging body language, but Pia kind of seemed upset there with when she was talking to Juan. Maybe I'm just judging based on what happened on the board more than what happened with the body language cues. Upset with the arbiter? Well, I mean, she can't really be upset with. Well, someone needs to make the claim. I missed the key moment. Does someone have the clip? Because Justice, I've been waiting for someone to claim that draw for 20 minutes. It made me pay less attention to Anna's board, and when I was finally giving Anna some attention, damn, they go and agree to the draw. Check YouTube Rewind. Wow. YouTube chat finally getting some attention through the YouTube special features. Problem with the YouTube is that now I have to watch a couple of ads to make it happen. Yeah, so this is where we were. So Pia's opponent returned to the board. Change the score. I'll get to it, Juan. Hey, CJ. I'm glad you feel that way, Furniture. Very, very rarely, Clint. He's not on premium? I'm not paying $10 a month for YouTube, no. I don't even have Spotify premium. I'm keeping everyone alive through my watching ads. Except when my ad blocker is working. Okay, now here it happened so suddenly. I missed it again. Darn it, I missed it again. No. Okay, so the opponent returned to the board. And the arbiter is in the vicinity, because the arbiter surely is aware that this has been more than three, well, not more than 3 times, but it's been 3 times for a while. Then it turns out the Mongolian player turns over to the arbiter, and I think she's moving her mouth. And then the arbiter comes in. And the arbiter makes some weird things with her hand. And Pia is pointing, the arbiter is pointing. And there's a conversation between the arbiter and Pia. And there's the handshake. I don't think that was very controversial, but I do think it was finally, I think the key thing here is that it was the Mongolian who cracked and started claiming the draw. It was a competition which where both players didn't want to be the one making the claim, thinking it makes them look weak. But it is the Mongolian who cracked, and ended up calling in the arbiter. Pia won the Mexican standoff. Yes. If Mexican standoffs ever have a winner, that is. Hammer starting problems as usual out of nothing. I mean, I've been doing chess commentary for 11 days now, dude. I gotta have something to keep myself entertained. Adjust score? Yeah. And now to keep myself entertained, I shall annoy all the English speakers. Ah, that was too many spaces removed. Okay, Sweden is down a half to 1.5. But we're not fretting just yet because Anna has a winning position with the black pieces against a higher rated opponent. She can equalize the match for Sweden. In which case, Inna's game is going to decide everything. How is Inna's game doing? Let's check in with it. Inna's game remains very complicated, very tricky. Inna's been going for the attack though, signaling to Anna that I'm going for the win. You better go for the win too. We can still make this happen. If Sweden wins this match, I do think they finish top 20. These are the previous moves that Inna has been playing, launching that attack up the side of the board. But on the other hand, Inna doesn't really have any more pieces that can join the attack. If I'm Inna, I like this move pawn to c4. Yeah, engine hates it. Never mind. I don't know. Inna's position is very tricky. It's very difficult to understand. This knight cannot move anywhere. And if I'm Inna, I kind of want to move the knight so that I can point my bishop down towards the king. So Inna needs to move this one. Both because then she can use her pawn forward, but also because she needs to free up that square for her bishop. But I cannot see a single decent. Honestly, I think Inna made a mistake hereabouts. I would have liked Inna to play something like rook up. Because then if her opponent made the same plan, then you can go knight back. And then you can go bishop. Oh god. For every move I make, the chess engine, the eval bar on the left side just says better and better circumstance for black. Honestly, that's not a great sign for Inna. That means that her position is very difficult to handle from a human perspective. What will Anna's rating be after the Olympiad? Well, it depends very much on this game. If Anna wins this game, she will gain rating for the tournament. If she loses this game, she will lose quite a bit of rating. And if she draws, well, then she'll basically go evens. Even Stevens. So far, she's down 4.6 rating points, says chat. 3-minute move? Yeah, I don't know why she's thinking. Her bishop is under attack. It's fairly straightforward to move the bishop to the center of the board. When are you giving your seminar on how to claim a threefold repetition for the Swedish team? I don't know. Sounds a bit expensive to fly me out to Stockholm just for that. If it's necessary, it's worth every grand it would cost. At least you're in the right ballpark as far as the numbers are concerned. That Danske Bank sponsorship is going to be depleted quickly. Sack for 2 pawns doesn't work. It feels very unnecessary. And the worst thing is, even here, like, white can just do other things, which even avoids the sack. This is not the time to sack. You have the bishop pair. You have the pressure against an isolated pawn. Your opponent's knight is on the edge of the board. Like, when every one of your pieces are well placed, you don't need to sacrifice. You can just continue playing because you have a superior positioning. Mentor coming in with the prime. Thank you. Are Mongolians experts in how the knight moves? I don't know. You'll have to ask the experts. Mr. Carlson or Genghis Khan? Or one of them called Andrea. Well, I was going to make that joke, Stuckfish. But the thing is, Andrea doesn't know how the knight moves. That's why she had to ask. So the joke just doesn't fit. Someone was saying I'm pronouncing Genghis Khan wrong, but I'm almost certain I'm not. I'm gonna Google it. Oh gosh. According to British, I am mispronouncing it. According to American, I'm also mispronouncing it. But maybe Norwegian has a more accurate local pronunciation than the English languages. Genghis is historically correct. Thank you. In historical Mongolian, it would be more like Genghis Khan. Genghis. Okay, I don't know. In Finland, we say Genghis Khan. This is a GIF versus GIF type of situation. It definitely is. French says Genghis. What am I saying? Genghis? Genghis? No, I forgot what I've been originally saying. Pawn to h5, played. Anytime she makes a move, I think we should just celebrate. That's one move closer to not losing on time. Also, this is kind of a good move. This is a seriously good move. If white tries now to attack down the e-file, Anna will just continue forward with her pawn. Apparently the only good move here is pawn to g4, which does expose the king to some troubles. The second best move here, second best. Rook takes bishop. You know, when the chess engine starts suggesting you give away your most valuable pieces, things has gotta be looking good. Good move. The problem is, even though we're super excited about Anna's moves coming in, the fact that she's down to 4 minutes and her opponent has 20 minutes more mean that we're still not in that phase where we get the quick moves in consecutive fashion. Never mind. Rook here does nothing. Terrible move. That move does absolutely zilch. Pawn here wins the game, surely. Anna is about to win. Terrible move. The bar didn't move though. Well, the chess engine is a bit slow. It takes like 30 seconds for the engine. And now we're getting all of these moves before they happen on the video, which is kind of annoying. But Anna responds pretty quickly. She doesn't go pawn to h4 though. Engine thought pawn to g4 was the winning move. I guess the point of this is just to control this square so that the knight can never get back into play. It's my best guess. I don't really understand what this move achieved though. Pawn to c5. I like this. Even though we're trading off one of the weaknesses we were targeting, I like that we're activating our rook and opening up for our bishop. The fewer the pawns on the board, the more powerful the bishops become. One thing I would look out for though. Here's the point of rook to d2. Now she can go queen to d1 afterwards. Okay, I changed my mind. I think this pawn to c4 is pawn to c5 is a mistake. She didn't realize that the point of this rook move was not. It didn't have anything to do with the rook. It had to do with the queen's ability to move over towards the side of the board where the stuff is happening. And that also explains why g4 was a good move. Because g4 would have stopped the queen's potential infiltration or even the queen's potential trade. Like, white would probably have been looking to make a queen trade here. But at the same time, I'm happy anytime she makes a quick move. Because, like, she's making not the best move, not the second best move, but she's playing the third best move in the position pretty much instantly. And if you play the third best move 10 moves in a row, you're going to lose the game. But playing the third best move now when it's the third best one is still acceptable means that she's going to have more time remaining when, you know, the third best move is a disaster and she has to find the best one. Okay, the trade happens. I don't really know why she spent time on that because, frankly, what else are you going to do? Are you going to allow yourself to be captured? Ooh, Anna C5 got a question mark. That's kind of harsh. The pawn captures, the rook recaptures, attacks the queen. The queen is going to go attack this guy. Okay, queen back, attacks the pawn. Anna's going to need to go pawn to g4 here. Pawn to g4 is not the top computer move, but surely it's what's gotta happen. You gotta block the queen's access. Yeah, and she does. The engines lost faith in Anna's position, but I kind of think they're wrong. This still seems very promising for her. I'm expecting her opponent to make the trade and then go pawn to f3. This would try to open up for the white rook to point down against the queen. And then engines say this is game over after pawn to d4. The bishops working together in towards the king, the rook joining the party. Look at all of this pressure. Anna would here have sacrificed a pawn, but she's threatening everything. Anna could get a great win here. It would be amazing if she could get the win. Let's check in with Inna as well. Inna has lost a pawn. And she doesn't really have anything to justify it. Not great news there. Inna is in a losing position. So we absolutely need Anna to win, and then we can see if Inna can get a miracle draw after that. Is Sweden going for a win or a draw at this point? I guess in the match you're looking at a tie. Anna needs to win, but that's reasonably likely. And then Inna needs to draw, which right now is looking very unlikely. I don't even understand where that pawn went. Oh, Inna just gave it away because she was frustrated that her knight had nowhere to move. We talked about that. How White's problem in the position was that the knight just didn't have any squares it could move to. Pawn takes back. Yeah, I don't know why she's thinking. Apparently rook to g8 is interesting. Wow. And just open up for everything. Does Anna go for the 2 or 3 pawn sacrifice? Surely not. That would be crazy. She's thinking about it. She hasn't recaptured yet. That is wild. Pawn captures pawn, pawn captures pawn. It's usually pretty automatic. But I think Anna is considering whether she'd rather have a rook pointing down towards her opponent's king. No, she does recapture. Can you explain why the engine doesn't like Anna's position as much anymore? Honestly, not really. I still think Anna's position looks really promising. Queen a4, only good move for white? Yeah, but I don't really understand why it's important. Are you going after this one? Like, this doesn't feel like it's the time for white to go hunting after pawns on the edge of the board. To me, it feels like Anna has a really, really good position. I'm assuming the move here is going to be pawn to f6. I think that's the only pawn to f3. That's the only thing that makes sense. But if I input the move, engine says game over. And pawn to f3 makes a lot of sense because you're trying to activate your pieces. If Anna were to capture this one, then the white rooks would get involved and the queen could also start trying to get an attack against the black king. Inna blundered again? Why are you saying that? I have no new moves on my board. Anna's been playing the last couple of moves pretty quickly, but so has her opponent. Anna's opponent is using Anna's time situation to try and play quickly and get her to make some mistakes. But in doing so, she's making some mistakes herself as well. Bishop to e2, that was not on the list of recommended moves, but it makes a lot of sense. Going after the pawn on g4, that's a very important pawn. Rook to g8 now, though, is very nice. Just protect the pawn that was under attack. The thing now, the problem for white here is the knight. The knight cannot move here or here or here. Now that the bishop moved to the square, the only square the knight had available, the knight gets even more stuck. Let's go rook g8 quickly. That would be nice. Seems like it's not happening quickly, though. 2 minutes remaining for Anna. She looks very focused on the video. The video is delayed compared to the board, but it still gives us an impression of her emotional state. Right now, the state is that the emotions seem to be very much in check. She doesn't seem stressed. She doesn't seem agitated. She seems focused on the task at hand. She probably realizes that this is a very promising situation. Is that Kasparov sitting in the suit? No. It is not. So focused she forgot the clock. Well, let's hope that's not the case. 50 seconds remaining, but we got to move. That move was not on any of the move lists. She moves away from the pressure on the pawn. She does defend her own pawn, but if she had gone here, she would have had pressure on the white rook. But now with this move, yeah, and she also misses out on this diagonal. The queen was very well placed and the rook was unprotected. I'm very surprised she didn't go rook to g8, because that would fix a rook that was not that safe. And it would keep the queen keeping this diagonal safe. I was going to say, the good news is that once again, queen to a4 is the only good move, which may not necessarily be that obvious. But the thing is, it became more obvious now because in addition to the threat of the pawn and the threat on the rook, it also creates the threat of the queen centralizing. This was not as enticing for white when the queen was on f6. But with the queen having moved, now it's got 3 roles to play here, of which centralizing it might be one of the best ones. "25 seconds remaining." On the video, we're seeing the reaction she had to the queen a4 move. No visible reaction at all. She goes rook to e7, protects the pawn, and saves the rook from being captured. That was the top move. I'm expecting queen centralize for a check now. But the problem here is that after this queen check, the best move for Anna is to go into the endgame. And that feels unnecessary compared to where we were a couple of moves ago, because this was an attacking position. And now it's becoming an endgame instead. That being said, Anna's endgame success over the past couple of moves have been pretty good. The queen does centralize, give a check on the king. And Anna does not go for the endgame. She blocks the check with her pawn, gets another question mark. Now another disadvantage with having the queen here as opposed to, for instance, the g5 square, is that now the bishop can reactivate itself while putting pressure on the queen. And when the queen moves away, then the knight can move. And when the knight moves, the rook can then go over and start attacking the king. Anna's position is collapsing right now. We thought it was her attacking the white king, but over the last 5 moves, there's been a massive, massive shift. It is now the black king that is unsafe. And yeah, Sweden is going to lose this match. Is there any queen to h5, rook to h7 try? Well, the thing is, after rook to h7, that rook can just be captured, unfortunately. So the answer to your question is no. She does try queen h6. Ooh, this is nice. Because now if the knight moves out, she can capture the rook. Or not. Another question mark. The rook moves over. Chess Engine now suggesting a sacrifice rook for a bishop in the near future. Anna is really struggling with the fact that if the white rook can somehow get over to the other side of the knight, the rook will be pointing down towards the black king and the black queen. Yeah, it's just over. Does Pian have access to viewing Anna's game? No. The players who finish their game has to leave the playing area. Ooh, rook to h7. The idea here could be that now if rook moves over here, can she do... No. Okay, she gets an exclam. That's good. Apparently, rook captures bishop is the only winning move, but that's a very, very difficult move to see. Okay, I may have called it a bit too early, although I do still think that Anna winning this is pretty much off the table. And we really needed a win here to have a chance in the match. Bishop e5 ideas now? Yes. Now that the rook moved away, the bishop no longer has to protect the rook, which means that the bishop can try and chase away the beautifully placed white queen in the center of the board. Which is why white should now make the sacrifice of the rook versus bishop, because number one, this fixes the problem with the queen. But also when the queen attacks in towards the rook, having eliminated that black pawn, white can then go with the knight to f3, which enables the rook to come and attack in towards the black queen and the black king. And those pieces are stuck on the edge of the board. So rook takes bishop is absolutely brilliant, but it's a very, very difficult one to find. How is Inna doing? Inna's doing okay after she lost the pawn. But because she lost the pawn, she's down a pawn. Riveting analysis, I know, but yeah, she's down a pawn. The position has not gotten worse, but it hasn't gotten better either. Oh my god, she finds the sacrifice. Beautiful, beautiful execution. Anna plays a stunning game. Absolutely crushes her opponent. But in time trouble, she doesn't find the right continuations. And she gets punished so much for the mistakes she makes. Because her opponent finds all the right ideas thereafter. Let's watch on the video now the execution of this rook sacrifice. What is Anna's reaction gonna look like? Here it comes. Bam! Anna taken aback at that move. Does do the recapture very quickly. But then, as the queen comes in, attacking the rook again, that's a big problem. Anna decides moving the rook back. She's going to get a double question mark for that, but it was a difficult move. Anyway, a difficult position. And now just move the knight out so that the rook can come over to attack the queen and king. The Mongolian player has executed this brilliantly the last 6-7 moves. Is there any way of saving this? No. Her opponent looks very confident. Anna technically has a material advantage right now. And now she's going to lose her bishop. Check, check, bishop captured. Anna got her queen off the rank, so no more concern about the rook attacking both the queen and king. But instead, the queen comes in, the queen gives checks. Wow, look at also the pace at which the Mongolian player is playing. She saw that instantly. The Mongolians may not be the best defenders, and Anna put her opponent to the test. But turns out, when they get the opportunity to attack, boy, are they to be feared. This is the same Mongolian team that beat Spain, they beat the US, they tied Germany. This is a very, very strong Mongolian team, and frankly, just the fact that we were talking about tying the match was pretty good there for a while. But in the end, the Mongolians get a big win and they're going to finish. I think the Mongolians could potentially finish, I don't know, top 10? Is that too much? Their tiebreak is going to be through the roof. I never knew Mongolia was such a good, strong chess country. Yeah, no, they're pretty good. We played, Norway played them in the open section 2 years ago. And yeah, we were very lucky not to lose that match. We were in big trouble. The camera and the board relay is out of sync, which is yeah, a bit annoying in the time scramble, but it doesn't matter too much right now. Anna lost one of her bishops. That's why this was so clever with the queen maneuvering. The queen forcing the king into an unfortunate position so that the king and bishop could be attacked on the next move. And yeah, white has here 2 pawns, a bishop, and a knight in trade for a rook. And that is completely hopeless. She made a move with 3 seconds. It doesn't matter too much at this stage, though. Any move she makes is not gonna affect the result of the game. No shame in losing to such a strong team and opponent. Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, she was she was crushing her out of the opening. And the beginning of the middle game, she played it perfectly. So it always feels very, very harsh not to get anything out of such a what was such a good performance for 3 hours. And then the final 20 minutes just ruin everything. Gukesh with a 3,000 rating performance this tournament. He's becoming a monster. Yeah, I may have been wrong about him when I said I don't think there's anyone clearly better than the others of the ones following Magnus. Gukesh might be the real deal. He also had an incredible performance in the Olympiad 2 years ago. So two tournament Olympiads in a row, he's been absolutely stunning. Is that 80-year-old Bangladeshi still undefeated? No, she lost yesterday against the Norwegian. But she was so good that it took a Norwegian to take her down. Why is Norway so good at chess? We have a saying in Norwegian. Fritids. I'm not sure how to translate it, but that's the general reasoning. It basically means too much spare time. But it's a shortening of well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't rook to d5 win a piece? Well, rook to d5 does attack both the queen and the bishop. Problem is, the queen can move, check on the king, trade of the queens, and then bam! Bishop attacks, rook. Rook cannot move because of king. And it gets even worse, because if the rook just defends, the pressure just mounts. It's very Jover over. They made it to move 40 though. So Anna got 27 minutes on the clock, but surely she's gonna resign before those 27 minutes are spent. In fact, she's quite likely to resign here. There's no hope whatsoever. Let's watch Ina's time scramble instead. What's the next big competition for Anna? I don't know, but I'll try and ask her when we talk to her after the game. That's a good question, Dimension. I know that Pia is playing against Gotham Chess, and Anna is doing commentary on that. But I don't know when she's playing. Are they playing classical? They're playing some classical, some rapid, and some blitz. But I don't know if they score the blitz games differently to the classical games. If all the games are weighted the same, I think Levy Gotham Chess is a huge favorite. He's very good at blitz, and they're playing quite a few blitz games. Who's the best Scandinavian player that ever lived after Magnus? Bent Larsen. Bent Larsen. A Dane. Can you believe it? Is it some kind of tournament or just a grudge match? I don't know if Pia has grudges, but it's an exhibition match between, two famous chess personalities, creating both content and potential rating points for both Anna and Levy. Might be the goal. How about Inna? Does she get the extra 30 minutes too? Yeah, we currently have Inna's game up on the board. Both players down to 1 minute on the clock. Inna needs to make another 6 moves before they get the extra time. Inna's opponent needs to make 7 moves. What factors goes into calculating a player's performance rating? The rating of their opponents and the number of points they achieved. Pretty straightforward. Performance rating basically means that if you played at the same level at this that you did this tournament all the time, if you were able to consistently play like this over 100 games, then this is the rating you would achieve. But the reality is that your performance varies a lot from tournament to tournament, and that's just how it goes. Tia coming into the with a prime sub conversion something. Oh my god, Inna is winning? Oh my gosh, what's happening here? Double question mark. Double question mark alert. Pia and then Inna with an exclam. Inna suddenly has the advantage. Oh no! That's actually terrible news. That means Sweden could have won the match. If Inna wins this, Sweden could have won the match if... Oh no. I mean, great for Inna. Fantastic. She's had a great tournament. But that's going to make Anna's loss hurt so much more. Anna can still draw? Yeah, no, she cannot. I'm a believer? No, you're delusional. There's a difference. Rob, thank you for the prime. Do you plan to pursue a career as a professional commentator? Yes, Bill, I do. Do you think I can make it? Do you have faith in me? It's better than being an unprofessional commentator, I guess. I have been a professional chess commentator for 11 years. No, 10 years. 10 and a half years. So I have a decent track record. You're good at yapping. Thank you. Okay. A lot of trades just happened in Inna's game. And even though her opponent had a double question mark and Inna had an exclam, turns out Inna's advantage is just a little bit. Inna was doing so badly that a double question mark only took her from losing to slightly better. But it's a good trend for the game though. You're really good at commentating chess. Have you tried playing it? I will say that my chess playing abilities have gone down pretty linearly. Is that a word? With my chess commentating experience going up. So yeah. My chess commentary experience has this graph, and then my chess playing ability, aka rating, is more like this. Exponential decay. It's not that bad. But yeah, chess commentary hasn't made me a better player. Mostly because I'm not training enough anymore. Your next tournament, you're gonna be down on time every game after watching Anna. Dude, I was already down on time in every game. I had that strat covered. No cause for concern. In my latest tournament, I spent like 50 minutes on the first 12 moves. I am well familiar. I'm quite a bit better than Anna at speeding up. But I'm just as good as her in spending the time to begin with. How did your Trondheim tournament go? I was in the lead. I needed to win the last round to have a shot at the Nordic champion title. And then I ended up playing a horrible last round game. And I finished second in the tournament. A Swede became the Nordic champion, to my bitter disappointment. Is Norway winning and getting past Sweden now? Well, now it depends a lot on how Inna's doing, right? Because Norway and Sweden, they're so neck and neck that just getting an extra draw against a good team like Mongolia could uh, turn it all in your favor. But I will check how the Norwegian ladies are doing. Kostenyuk is winning. Hakamifard is winning. Norway wins on board 3. And Norway loses on board 4. Yeah, so Sweden, Switzerland is winning 3-1 against Norway. And so if then Inna saves the draw so that it's 3-1 for Bangladesh, Sweden maybe is ahead. It depends on other results. But it's incredibly close between Sweden and Norway. It's going to be basically a toss up. Did Inna walk away with 30 seconds on the clock? No, she made it to move 30. No, 40. And then she knows she gets an additional 30 seconds. No, 30 minutes. Why doesn't she resign? She's just pouting? Dude, be nice. She's sad. Anyone would have been. And once she resigns, she has to hand over her green card. And that's the card that allows you to stay in the playing venue. And when she gets kicked out of the playing area, she has to go out into the masses. And then there's going to be lots of people who want to get a picture with a famous streamer. And she doesn't want to take a picture because she's sad, having lost a game she was winning. And so, in order to deal with what's in her future, she spends this time calming herself down so that instead of being angry, taking pictures with fans, she's angry or sad and disappointed right now. Honestly, just a good mental strat to preserve your sanity. Can you explain why she's losing? Well, I mean, her opponent has like 3 more pieces than her. So it's just a matter of counting. I switched over to Anna's board right now. Anna's opponent has a pawn, knight, bishop, and pawn in trade for a rook. Now, normally, a bishop and 2 pawns would traditionally be better than a rook. And then imagine adding a knight to that equation, and then it's completely over. In addition, the black king is pretty poorly defended, and the white queen is nearby, which just adds another layer of problems to the position. Is knight and bishop equal to a rook? Knight and bishop are almost always better than a rook. But we've had that discussion the past 2 days. Because yesterday, Anna got the knight and the bishop. Am I wrong? And the day before that, she could sacrifice 2 knights in order to get a rook and 2 pawns. Basically, for a knight and bishop, for a rook to be better than a knight and bishop, the rook also needs to have a couple of extra pawns, preferably 2. Sometimes it needs even more than that. So you could say she's down a knight. You could also say she's down 4 pawns, because right now she's down 2 pawns in addition to the knight and bishop versus rook. But if Anna had 4 more pawns on the board, then maybe the rook and the 2 pawns would equal the knight and bishop. Just woke up in California. What did I miss? Anna completely outplayed her higher rated opponent. Got a winning position. And then gave it all away, unfortunately. And Inna has made a sensational recovery in time trouble. So if Anna had won her game, Sweden would have gotten a point out of this match against a very, very strong Mongolian team. The Mongolians have beaten the US previously in this tournament. They tied against Germany. They also beat another top 10 team, Spain, I think. Basically, the Mongolians had played 6 out of the 11 best teams in the tournament. They were having an amazing performance. Very unfortunate getting them in the final round from a maximizing your own placement kind of thing. Is Jen Yu playing for the US? No, she's not good enough. Is the harsh reality. That is the truth. The US team is quite strong. I think everyone on it is international masters. Why did Alexandra say she was almost on the US team? She did not say that. She may have said she was almost on the Canadian team, which is the federation Alexandra represents. Who plays for Norway? In the women's team, Norway is mostly consists of girls who married Norwegians. They are girls of great taste. We have a Finn, we have a Latvian, and we have a Russian. And the top goal scorer is one of the OG Norwegians. Who is the youngest at this Olympiad? There's a 9-year-old playing for England. She's incredibly good. How has she performed? Bodhana didn't do very well as last time I checked. She's gotten benched a lot. Bodhana lost 100 rating points. She only got to play 2 of the last 5, 4 of the last 9. Oh, okay. So she's playing about half the games. But yeah, when she was playing, she was struggling, unfortunately. You don't need to be a citizen of the country you represent? No. Would Hammer ever become captain of a national team like Jan Gustafsson? I was the captain of the Norwegian women's team at the latest European Championship. It was not a massive success. Do you need any connection to the country you represent? I mean, Gecko, in my opinion, it feels like you don't. The World Chess Federation is very lax about letting people represent countries. I spoke one of the earlier days about how I think there should be a bit stricter rules in place. But is there a salary cap? No. So, what country do you want to represent next? Well, I think it's fair to say that Magnus and I we're never gonna change. We're doing fine as is. We've Magnus has played for free for Norway a couple of times, and so have I. Let's just say we wouldn't be doing that if we cared that much about the money. Most of the players in the Chess Olympiad, well, at the very least in the open section, are paid to play. It is a 2 week tournament, so it's a big time investment. But most people playing the Olympiad, they're taking time off work to represent their country. But a lot of the grandmasters in the open section are paid to play. I see you representing Saudi Arabia in 10 years. Well, if that's what you think of me, kind owl, we'll see. I would be able to afford a lot of RuneScape memberships for that payday. Does Saudi Arabia have a grandmaster? I don't think so. That would be news to me. Qatar has a grandmaster, and the United Arab Emirates has one really, really good grandmaster. But also the Qatari grandmaster married a Chinese grandmaster. And I think she switched to representing Qatar as well. So, of the Middle Eastern nations, Qatar is the strongest. Is this GG? Yeah. I don't really have too much to add. Anna could have resigned half an hour ago in good conscience, but I think she's quite frustrated about how this has gone down. Ooh, and her opponent is so cute with the tactics. First, giving the check with the queen to give protection to the rook thereafter, and if the rook intercepts, then you just go back. Because now you have this double attack. She's kinda slick with it, not gonna lie. Anna moves the king back, but gets hit. That's resign time? Yes, it is. A devastating loss for the Swedish team because Inna actually has made a recovery. A draw looking fairly likely in Inna's game, which means that had Anna won, and she was winning, Sweden would have gotten a 2-2 result. That would have been an incredible way of ending the tournament. But instead, the mistakes were punished very harshly by the opponent. I gotta say, this Mongolian, she was very very good with the tactics when they arose. Made a good sacrifice of a rook for a bishop. And I'm gonna update the match text to 2.5 for Mongolia to win the match. Norway has lost 2.5 to Switzerland. Wait, what? Kostenyuk made a draw? I just checked Kostenyuk's game just a moment ago and she was winning. Okay, I guess Kostenyuk made a draw in a good position, according to the engines. Just to secure the match win for Switzerland. But that is a very bad news for Sweden. Because that extra half point against Switzerland could be what puts the Norwegian tiebreakers above the Swedish. Okay, Anna captures the bishop. That doesn't even help because now it takes the queen and there's a fork afterwards. She does get the green star for the best move. Oh, that's so sad. Her opponent wants both rooks. So first the opponent is going to capture this one and then try and fork this one as well. She's already dead. Don't hurt her anymore. Brutal. Yeah, no, that really was. Nothing Anna can do about this. Posture check. Yeah, no, my posture has been bad today. I'm gonna raise my chair a little also. It's just a flesh wound, yeah. We had that reference already today. Well, this week. We are witnessing the final moments of this chess Olympiad. It's 2 years until next time, so savor it while you can. If you've missed out on most of the tournament, don't fret. You can relive it with Anna's vlogs on her YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed to her YouTube channel already, you might want to do that. We are gonna get an interview with Anna, I hope. But yeah, just like Anna is spending these final moments just contemplating her demise, I should maybe spend these moments contemplating how to shut up and let her talk or not talk based on what she wants. I like calling it vlog now. Yeah, I know. I'm a trendsetter. It's what I do. We can see how disappointed she is. Yeah, she is upset right now. Okay, the resignation just came in on the board, which means we're going to see the resignation on the video in a minute and 20 seconds. What are the positives for Anna this Olympiad? I mean, she played a lot of good games. Like, this one was fantastic. She completely outplayed a higher rated opponent with the black pieces. So there's these signs of great quality, and then it's all about consistency. And your question is difficult because what she needs to show is consistency. And she hasn't shown that in this tournament. And from that perspective, it's not being great. But she's showing that at her best, she has a good level. Poor handshake? Was it? I thought it was okay. Consistency comes from playing. I don't think that's true. You can be consistently good, even if you only play every now and then. But my experience is that it's less likely. You can also be consistently bad. Yeah, so if that wasn't obvious, when I mean consistency, I mean being consistently good. Anna takes a look at Ina's game, has a chat with her dad. Kind of controversial to chat inside the playing area, though. You're not really supposed to do that. So she moves along fairly quickly. Will she interview now? Remains to be seen. There might be a lot of fans at the venue. I haven't gotten a message from her just yet. How famous would she be in Hungary? I don't know if Hungary is the source of the place of her fame. But at the Chess Olympiad, a tournament with 2,000 participants who are all pretty into chess, I would guess there's a couple of people who would want a picture here and there. How is Ina doing? Oh yeah, we can switch to her board. Engine has Ina being very slightly better, but she's getting into some time trouble right now. From the standpoint of making a living, what's the best country to live in for chess? It depends on your level, I guess. Many places is good because it's cheap, but then you have to balance things being cheap compared to having a chess community, a chess having access to other chess players so that you can train together and become better together. So right now there are very generous prices for chess in the US, but mostly if you have like 2,680 or more. So like you need to be like top 50 in the world, but then there's a lot of very good prices in the US. And beyond that, I guess it's just about having access to good training buddies and reasonable cheap living. China is pretty generous with their pro players. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot we don't know about chess in China. Cuz frankly, we don't have good chess journalists who speak Mandarin. Um, and so I feel like a lot of how the Chinese players are doing or whatnot. For instance, I still haven't read a single thing about why the top four Chinese women are not playing for their team this year. Like, imagine that was the open section. They would be all over it. But I think part of the problem is that you don't have access to as many Chinese sources. Doesn't Alex speak Chinese? Yeah, but she's kind of too busy to be doing chess reporting. She's got other things to do. One of the earliest people who worked at chess.com, David Prus, he speaks Mandarin as well. Um, so he would be a great person to have do some chess journalism from that perspective. I was very impressed. First time I met David, We were at the Capella Grand tournament in France, and David was like hanging out with the Chinese super grandmasters. The Chinese were like the best players in the entire tournament, and David was just like hanging out with them, speaking Mandarin. This was pretty cool. Uh, Still no contact from Anna. Uh, Not a great sign. Is Alex Chinese? She's Romanian. Well, that is her parents' origin. She's born in Texas, raised in Canada. She's pretty international. And then she studied Chinese in university at Stanford. Yuven Yun and Tan Zhongyi are busy preparing for their world championship match. Yeah, but you're just saying this. You don't have any sources for that. You're just making it up. Of course, they could prioritize the Olympiad instead of their match if they wanted to. And also, their match got postponed indefinitely until 2025. Hu Yifan wasn't satisfied with the finances? Oh, so you actually do have info. How do you know this? Can someone is there like a link of a source? Lai didn't want to play without the others? Really? That's weird. Source, I made it up. Well, when he says that Hu Yifan wasn't happy with the finances, that feels like a kind of thing that's a bit more tricky to just say rather than actually have some heard something from somewhere. Leo, I genuinely am interested in your source on this. Leo dipped. It would appear. I don't know. It's tough getting the attention of the entire stream, right? Okay, I don't know what to do now. Anna still isn't calling in. And they're on a 15-minute delay from Budapest. So that means she's been walking around there for 15 minutes without finding her phone. It's your channel now. Yeah, but last time this happened, I threatened to just end the stream. How would you feel about this being my bathroom break? Chatting? Yeah, no. My dad sent me a message. And I'm just responding on stream. Uh... Call your parents, guys. I'm just trying to be a good role model. I'm gonna go get some. I'm gonna take a little break. It didn't mute? No. Did you hear anything? Everything. Wait, actually? Oh, and Anna's sad. Walking sounds? Yeah, I've it's colder in Norway now. It actually got a lot colder. So I started wearing my loafers. I think that's the name. And I had to close the door to my balcony because it's getting kind of chilly. Clogs on wooden floors. Yeah, that's the ones. Hey, hold on.
Oh,
Hey.
there's a spider! Ah, I just touched a spider. Ah,
Yeah, don't do that then.
that was a huge spider. I didn't realize. I just put my hand there. Ew. Hamram, I'm so sad. I don't really know what else to say. I collapsed. I completely collapsed.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say either. We could tell you were sad from you thinking for 20 minutes, just not wanting to resign and just wanting to kind of, I don't know. I often do that as well. I just sit there and think about all the stupid stuff I did to end up here.
That's exactly what happens. You just think about every decision you made and how you wish you could go back in time and just revert it. And now that you can't do anything about it, and now you're here and you know the consequences of it, and it's just pure sadness. And it was so stupid that I spent so long thinking, but I collapsed. I think I just felt the pressure of the match, and I just thought I had such a good position. I didn't want to mess it up, and then I think I played well until I collapsed.
You did.
And then I shouldn't have spent so long after, for bishop d6 when I had 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But okay, I thought rook g8 probably wins the game, and maybe I should have played it. Because I thought takes, queen takes, and I sacrificed a piece, but then I kind of, didn't want to sacrifice a piece because I wasn't exactly 1,000,000% sure.
Yeah.
And then I just went bishop d6. But I think rook g8 in that position just wins.
Yeah, it does win.
Yeah.
For white.
Yeah. Especially rook g8, right? Because takes, queen takes, king h1, and then bishop takes h3, and then if you go knight takes h3, queen f3 check, king h2, g4, and then it's collapsing. I mean, queen f4 check in between, and yeah, it's collapsing. I don't know. I don't know why I had to calculate all of that. I should just have played it, but I just thought.
No, it's genuinely just losing for you.
Oh, is that losing for me?
Yeah, no, everything is. Like, it's not even close, computer says. Although your calculations were pretty good.
Oh, okay. So I have to go bishop d6. So that was good.
Yeah.
So where did I go? Where did I go wrong?
Queen g6.
How'd you play queen g5?
Rook g8 was preferable because your rook was going to be under attack anyway.
Ah, I see.
But queen g5 was also quite a bit better because then you tied down her queen to the defense of your rook.
Yeah, I was, gonna play the 2, and I was kind of flipping a coin because I couldn't really see what the difference was.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew that because I didn't realize that she was gonna move the queen out and attack my rook. Like, I didn't see that move.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so I should have played queen g5. So queen g6 was a mistake, and then.
Well,
I see. Yeah.
Well, then every move was a mistake at that point. So like queen g6 was not great. Well, rook e7 was the best move, but then f6 was a mistake, and then queen h6 was a mistake, and yeah, it's just that's kind of the in the span of 5 moves you went from winning to losing straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can't play that position with so little time. I think I was just so, I felt so much pressure knowing that my game was so important for the match and I didn't want to mess up. And then I just put myself in a really difficult position.
Yeah. I'm surprised you put so much pressure on yourself, because have you been watching the results for the Mongolian team?
No, I know. I mean, like, she hasn't played well. Like, I know. And she wasn't playing so...
She hasn't played well? Okay, I don't know about that, but like Mongolia has beaten Spain, they beat the US, they beat...
No, I know, but I felt
they've done incredibly well.
Like, I felt like if I just played well, I could beat her. And so I just felt like if I did, that was our chance for us to get a good result this match, you know?
Yeah, no, and that part was true. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know. To me, it sounds strange putting that much pressure on yourself in a game where you're playing against a team that has done incredibly well, and you're playing black and you're lower rated. And well, to be honest, you did play like a perfect opening, perfect middle game. You completely destroyed her. But once she got that queen out, she was mean with the tactics. She saw everything so fast.
Yeah, she saw everything. Yeah, that was such a mistake. Queen g6, queen g5 was so important there. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize that she had so much counterplay. Like, I just kind of thought I could go, I thought I had time for, like, rook h... I mean, I thought I almost had time to checkmate her. Like, I didn't realize that she had so much counterplay, which is why I went for this idea of f6 and everything.
Yeah.
I just didn't realize that she was so quick with her counterattack. And then yeah. Um, but yeah, it's sad. It's sad. It feels, you know, we actually would have had a chance maybe this match. I don't know how it's going for Ina, but if
It
I just
is
would have
pretty
drawn it.
low on time. She was very losing, and then her opponent made a blunder in time trouble, and now on Ina is slightly worse, but 5 minutes down on the clock. So
Yeah. Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there, but I mean, this has been a good lesson, I guess. But yeah, I'm just a bit sad and annoyed right now at my play, or at the
yeah,
fact that I blunder that.
no, but that's very understandable. So this was the final game of the Olympiad. Do you want to give us a little summary of your impression?
I
Chess,
mean, the Olympiad has
event,
been.
people, whatever part of it you think was.
The Olympiad has been a lot of fun. I definitely feel that the Olympiad is different to other tournaments. Like you really feel like you have to perform. Like it's a very different feeling to normal tournaments where you just go to an open and you just kind of play whatever. So it's been really cool to put myself in that situation because I think I've taken chess a lot more seriously whilst being here. Like the amount of preparation that I've done every day is the most I've done in any tournament the past 2 years, I think. Even a lot more than the European Team Championship because I've been able to manage better my time with doing recaps and streaming and stuff, so I've had a lot more time. So I actually feel like I've learned like probably 5 different openings. I mean, variations within those openings that I could play in the future, which is amazing, which I haven't even played in these games because they haven't always played what I thought. So I'm really happy that I've done so much. Like, I really feel like in next tournaments, I'm going to play new openings because I've just learned so many things here from preparing. So I'm really thankful that I have put so much effort into chess whilst being here. So that has been good. I'm a bit annoyed about my results. I think I played okay. Definitely think that in certain moments like the Paraguay game was a disaster that I blundered that, and I think here today I shouldn't have blundered this either. So I think those are 2 games that I'm upset about. The others is fine. Um, but I guess everybody has a couple bad games. But I just wish that when I had bad games, I drew instead of losing.
Yeah, that's a
Um,
good point. Both of those
but
games you mentioned, you were winning and you ended up losing, and that is
exactly,
so much harsher than
yeah.
just giving away half a point per game.
But I do feel pretty optimistic. Like, I feel like if I just learn to, or just, I mean, that's been my issue, but if I learn to calculate a bit faster and just not, um, put so much pressure on myself, I really feel like I'm playing pretty well. Like, I'm seeing a lot of ideas. There's certain moments where I maybe do a miss, but I, in general, feel like I'm actually playing much better than I did a while ago. So, yeah. So I'm pretty happy with that. And the Olympiad has just been a great experience. Like, the atmosphere here is amazing. Playing for my country and playing with the team has been amazing. And no, it's been a lot of fun. It's definitely made me a lot more motivated as well to continue taking chess very seriously. I also have the urge right now playing 10 hours of Blitz and getting like 2400 Blitz. I just want to play Blitz. I hate long time control right now. I don't want to think. I just want to play. So that's what I might do when I get back to the hotel.
Speaking of how this can affect your performance moving forward, there was a question from chat. What is your next tournament? When are you going to play next?
I'm actually not exactly sure. A lot of things are a bit up in the air in the fall for me. But but yeah, I mean, I will be playing one more tournament before the end of the year for sure. I just need to figure out which one. I have a few options right now. So yeah. So I don't know exactly yet. I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a break from competing now, like just for like 1 or 2 months, and just focus on becoming better at chess, play a lot of Blitz, focus on content as well. So yeah, and I mean the next big thing is the match between Gotham and my mom, which I need to, get going with when I get back home. That's gonna be my next big project, which is at the end of October, 20th of October, 2nd of November. Gotham Chess. Oh my, there's so many insects here. Gotham Chess is gonna be traveling to Stockholm to play a proper match against my mom, a 1v1 match. There's
How
my
did
mom.
how did the negotiations about the venue go? What concessions did you have to make him come to Stockholm rather than you guys go to New York?
I told him, Gotham, I'll organize this thing. You don't have to do anything. Just show up in Stockholm. And he said, okay, so if I do it in Stockholm, I don't have to organize anything. And I said, yes, I'll take care of it. So now I'm taking care of it. It's slightly stressful, but yeah. But we also have an amazing venue in Stockholm. We'll be playing in Svarta Hästen, which is the chess bar in Stockholm, and they're really excited about hosting it with us. So yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good venue for the match.
So you're openly welcoming spectators.
No, no, it will be no spectators. We're having the whole place for ourselves those days.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but we are planning on doing a fan event the 3rd of November in Stockholm, which will be like selling tickets. And we'll be, when that is 100% confirmed, we'll be announcing that, and then we'll be saying what we will be doing. But you know, maybe some like IRL Gasta Elo, a simul, a Q&A, talks, whatever. Oh, my mom is here. Wait, let me get my mom. Oh. But yeah, so that's gonna be really cool.
Your
But we'll announce
mom
that.
didn't claim a repetition today.
Huh?
Your mom didn't claim the repetition today.
Oh, hey mom.
Ja, hejsan. Jag hörde bara dig.
Hey, I'm streaming. So here we have my mom, everybody. Say hi to mom.
Hi.
Pure sadness in the Swedish team right now, but it is what it is, I guess. Yeah.
No, it's like this with chess. It's ups and downs, and today was not our day. It was so difficult to play in the morning.
Yeah.
It's so difficult.
I actually had a lot of energy this morning. I was like fully ready to play chess. I've never been this awake in a morning round ever. But yeah. Anyways, so that is that, everybody. I hope that you have all enjoyed the Olympiad, both on Twitch and YouTube. Let me know. Have you guys enjoyed the Olympiad? Please type yes. I hope you have. There we go. Amazing. It's been a lot of fun to participate and to bring you guys on the journey. Thank you, Hammer, so much for commentating every single day and, you know, rooting for Sweden even though you're Norwegian. You might get your dreams true of Norway getting a better placement than Sweden. I'm not sure what placement we will get.
It could depend entirely on Inna's game, actually, but these things are impossible to know in real time. You just have to check the standings afterwards.
Yeah, we will do that. But yeah, so it's been so much fun. Thank you so much, everybody, for rooting me on, for following everything. I'm not sure when my next stream will be, but it'll be probably pretty soon. Just gonna travel home and get some stuff going, and then I'll be back, you know, posting a bunch of stuff on YouTube and Twitch. Also, we still have a couple of videos left from the Olympiad, a couple of recaps left that are going to be going up on YouTube, so don't miss those. I am so excited to film my recap of this game. I will definitely not.
But you did do filming this morning before the game and everything, like you usually do?
What?
I thought you're doing filming, not only the recap of the game,
morning.
but also like this morning, right? You didn't skip it just because it was a morning round.
Yeah, but I just thought, you know, I gotta show like how I'm doing. So I filmed a few clips this morning as well. I woke up at like 9 a.m. with a lot of energy, so I was feeling great. Yeah. Okay. Well, with this, everybody, I'm gonna send over a raid and say goodbye. Thank you so much once again for following along this whole tournament. It's been so much fun, and I am going to raid. Let me see who is live playing chess right now. Who is live playing chess right now? Who is playing chess? Okay. Let me do this. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm being a bit slow. Okay, I'm sending over a raid. Here we go. Okay, everybody, say thanks to Hammer. Say thanks to everybody. Raid already, but in this game isn't over yet. Well, the match is over. So, yeah. You guys, maybe we have a link for that game if you guys want to continue watching it. But the match is over. There's no difference in team result that can happen. We lost the match, unfortunately. So yeah, there we go. You guys can press that link if you want to continue watching the Inna game. Please do and root for her. It would be amazing if she managed to clutch a draw or win at the end. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching the stream. Thank you for watching the Olympiad. So much fun to play. And yeah, we move forwards and upwards. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thanks, mods, as well, for all the help throughout the whole Olympiad. Thank you so much. Thanks, Hammer. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Yay.